Hello, hello, everybody. What's going on? How's it going? Check 1 2. What's up, cheesy bread? What up, no thoughts again? What up, Diana? What up, Luna? What up, Bry Guy? What up, Prodigy? What up, Acid? What's going on? Hello, welcome in, everybody. Oh my god. Oh, I need a haircut. Bruh, I need a haircut. What's up, Colt? What's going on? Blue Old, Aaron Schwartz, gang, Harchada, Los Angeles. What's going on, everybody? Good to see everybody in here. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about, chat. I'm really excited. I mean, like, excited is maybe the wrong word, but like, I don't know. I'm honestly been really appreciative of this community more than anything else. Yesterday was really hard for I think a lot of us, and it felt really good to just come on here feeling like shit. Usually I try to avoid streaming when I'm feeling like I was yesterday, just because like I don't want to put that energy into the world, you know. I don't want to make people feel negative and doomer. We need hope and optimism here, and that's what I try to provide. But it was, I don't know, it was fun playing games and hanging out with y'all. So appreciate that. First things first. I appreciate you guys all for just like being here. It makes me feel a lot better. You were pretty fun to watch yesterday. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, so anyway, we got a lot to talk about that I wanted to talk about today. Our main story is obviously going to be the erasure of like any kind of like semblance of law and order, or you know, like, I mean, just like the institutions that we knew were never going to post or were never going to protect us are proving that they will never protect us. You know, I saw a repost of a Brett tweet in the wild on Facebook today. Wait, which one? That's awesome. Which tweet? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in a way it's weird, right? Because like we're seeing this, it's like it's all happening at once and at the same time it's like happening in slow motion, right? Does anybody else feel that way? You know? And so it's like every day is like another step that they're making forward towards like full fascism. And I think we just I personally, maybe I shouldn't say we, I don't know how y'all are dealing with it, but like it's really, I think yesterday especially, and there's been hard days other than yesterday too, but I don't know, I just feel like we need to like develop better practices and better attitudes towards days like this where it's really hard, you know. I don't know what it's, I think it's gonna be different for every person, but like finding that thing that gives you peace and makes you remember why you're in the fight and what you do, you know. I think that's, you know, leaning on those. It's important. We got to figure this out, and it's not gonna get easier for a while, I'm afraid. You know, and I'm not saying get used to it. It's not. That's not what I'm saying at all. We need to fight, and it should outrage you, but it's also like we got to find a way to stay sane, and protect ourselves throughout it all. So, anyway, I hope this space is a space for you guys to do that, and also to remember how we can fight it, and to workshop ideas on how we can fight against it and what we can do best. You know, like I want that. I want this space to be that. You know what I mean? I finally emailed an LGBTI association near me. It motivated me. Hell yeah. What happened yesterday? I took yesterday off for self-care. God bless you, Luna Rose. God bless you, Luna Rose. We are going to cover it. We are going to cover it, so don't worry. What song was just playing, like, just now? It was Little Sims, and then before that, it was Misbehave by Tierra Whack. Anyway, let's just get into it. Let's go into the news coverage. First off, I wanted to talk about this whole thing with Governor Josh Shapiro's house got firebombed. That's fucking wild. So we're gonna take a look at this CNN coverage of it right now. You know, too long didn't read. We're gonna see a lot of him being like, violence is never okay. Hoping that we all desperately hoping that we forget that he was signing bombs not even like 6 months ago. So I guess that violence was okay, but like not this. I don't know, you know what I mean? Their whole idea of violence, we talked about it 100 times. Their whole idea of violence is very very interesting and something I think we should always keep in mind. But also, like, yeah, dude, firebombing a fucking governor's house is pretty fucking stupid. Like, that's not gonna get you anywhere. I've said it 100 times, and I'll say it 100 more. Individual action will not defeat, like, fascism. It will not defeat capitalism. It will not defeat the Democratic Party. The only way forward, the only way out, is collective action, is organizing your community and building collective power. That's the only way forward. Okay? This kind of risky, like, shit, it does nothing for the movement. In fact, it makes the movement more... It makes it, like, dangerous. Like, like, it makes it dangerous for people. Like, they are going to use this. Even Republicans, even Democrats, all of them are going to use this to justify the further suppression and surveillance of, dissent. And that is not that, like, don't take this as me, like, batting down or shaking a finger at more radical action. I am not against more radical action. I am not against escalation. But it needs to happen with a strategy in mind and with, collective group behind it. That's all. And like, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, this is shit you guys know already. I don't even need to say it. But let's check this out. Do we even know much about the person who did this?
And I don't give a damn if it's coming from...
Do you think it's valid to get out of this country? Always. I would have said that during fucking during Biden though too. Leaving the country is one of the best decisions I ever fucking made in my entire life. Like, genuinely realizing the world is bigger than the United States and the rot, the fucking decay at the heart of this country that you all feel constantly as you live here, that's not normal, actually. That's actually not normal, actually. Like, you live somewhere else and you realize how people live in collective, like, it's not perfect anywhere, but like the individuality, the alienation that's in America is actually very fucking unique. Die Happy, thank you for the tier 3.
Tomato.
1 year, let's go.
Die Happy Music just subscribed for 12.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Organizers I know are getting arrested for filming pigs. Fuck MPD. Is that Minneapolis? The fuck? That's definitely protected speech. Oh, Memphis.
From one particular side or the other, directed at one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop.
Really strong words there from...
Yeah, are they though? Are they though? Like, he says this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guns. Like, he has a small army standing behind him, and he's like, violence is not the answer. It's like, well, okay. Like, I don't know, man. I don't take this. This is not serious, bro. Diana, thank you for the 12 months. A lot of 12-monthers in the chat today. Hell yeah. Happy birthday in the chat. Like this, what do you mean violence? You're standing in front of an army saying violence has to stop. It's goofy, dude. It's goofy.
And it has to stop.
Really strong words there from Governor Josh Shapiro. We are learning new details this hour.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't know where his governor's like mansion is, but like, the police firebombed the Pennsylvania, like Philadelphia police firebombed an entire fucking neighborhood. So, like, I don't know. It's just so silly.
About the shocking political attack in Pennsylvania, the home of Governor Josh Shapiro set on fire early Sunday morning while the governor and his family were inside sleeping. Today, investigators revealing new details about the suspect, including plans that he had if, in fact, he had come into direct contact with Shapiro. Let's get right to CNN's Danny Freeman. He's live for us in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Danny, these pictures are just so hard to look at. Governor Shapiro, obviously, has been someone who has a very straightforward and pragmatic messaging on many.
He walked an hour to the mansion.
Could really hear in his voice the conviction that he has around this. What more are we learning about the person who did this, why they did it, and how we ended up here?
Yeah, Casey, you could hear the conviction in his voice and also the genuine concern for his family and others who were inside the house when this fire started. Like you noted, we got a lot of new details today about exactly what happened. So let's start with the suspect here and how police believe he got inside of the residence behind me. We're talking about 38-year-old Cody Balmer, and police say that on Saturday night, overnight into Sunday morning.
That's not an alias? His fucking legal name is Cody Balmer? What?
They believe that Balmer actually jumped this fence right over here, got access to the governor's residence grounds, and on him he was carrying a bag with beer bottles.
Oh, Balmer.
Filled with gasoline inside.
I was like, what?
While the governor and his family were sleeping, this man Balmer, according to police, then went over to this building behind me. It's in the southwest.
As a trans 19-year-old, my plan is to study abroad in Canada. Where else would be a good idea to study, chat? Thailand. Vietnam. Both pretty progressive on LGBT issues.
Corner, not thankfully where the governor and his family were sleeping. He broke a window, threw a makeshift Molotov cocktail into the building, then broke another window with a hammer that he brought with him, climbed into the residence himself, and threw a second incendiary device inside of the building as well. He then, Casey, was able to escape by jumping back over the fence, but this is where the story kind of takes a remarkable turn. On Sunday, he actually turned himself into police. He went to Pennsylvania State Police headquarters.
Wait, the cops didn't even catch him? He turned himself in? The cops didn't even catch him? Dude, they are so useless. I swear to God, bro. 95% of cops' jobs are sitting and waiting for the perpetrator of any crime to either openly admit it or to like come forward and turn themselves in. Holy shit.
It's a massive complex right here in Harrisburg. And he essentially, according to court documents, confessed to the crime and admitted that he was the one who set fire to this particular building. But this is perhaps the most chilling.
No, this is a psyop. I don't know. Not everything is a psyop. I think people just snap sometimes. Honestly, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, if I'm being very honest. Some people just aren't, our society is unwell. Our society is deeply unwell. Remember what I was just talking about before? There is a rot at the heart of this fucking country, and it spreads.
I don't always understand the American mind like something I just can't comprehend is like. How leftists aren't doing everything in their power to leave America right now. Like they constantly said, like Palestine defenders and leftists are next to be deported. Like the way I see it, you've got like three choices. Like leave, pick up a gun, or get martyred. Like I just feel like...
Oh.
To this maybe that's a Fed post, but I really just don't get it.
Okay, that was, sorry, I didn't know there was echoing. Okay, so you're saying why would we leave? I mean, we don't. Why should we leave? Fuck him, you know. I think that like somebody needs to stay behind and fight. I'm not above leaving. You know. You'll see why I trust White Fan Stories by Lena Mani Makalai. Okay. Drop it in the Discord, Arun. We have a movie suggestions tab in there. I'll look at it. Yes, I took the dog out. Okay, let me get back to what we were saying before, and then I'll answer at Solera, and then, okay. There's a rot at the center of this, at the heart of this country, okay? It affects everybody. The alienation, the values of this country are bad. Like, currently and for a very long time. The way we treat people, the way the like inhumanity that we are forced to like look at in the face. If you live in an American city or if you live anywhere in America, like it's hard to avoid, right? And so people snapping like this, I think is like very, very expected. And I'm not saying it's not okay. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often because, like I said, the society is fucking sick. Our society is sick, and it's not fair. It's not. It just sucks. It just sucks. People are left to die, and we have to grapple with that kind of depravity every day. Okay, Etzler was asking about why Americans don't leave right now, and I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I think nothing is inevitable. I say it all the time. Like, none of this rise of fascism is inevitable. I think leaving and letting, like, the people most at risk take the blunt of it, I don't know. I don't think it's right. But if I got a tip that they were coming for me, you bet your fucking ass I would be leaving as quickly as I can. I probably shouldn't say that because now I'll never probably get bail for my entire life, but it's the truth. Is it? No, I don't think it's wrong for people who want to leave. I don't. And everybody's got a different risk level, right? Like, I'm a white guy, but also at the same time, I am very publicly a Marxist. And I've like gotten this, community here and stuff. And so that puts a little bit of a bullseye on my back, but at the same time, I'm still a white guy with American citizenship. So I have privileges, and I'm also a little bit, more at risk than maybe an average person. If you're undocumented, your risk is incredibly high, way higher than me. I don't know. I don't think it's wrong. I've been telling people to get a passport since before the election was even decided, and people kind of like clap it back at me about that, and rightly so. It's fair, but like I think it's just a measure of safety. Like you should it's just, if you need it and you don't have it and you have to go to the government to get it, it's going to be a bad time, It's going to be a bad time. So get it now and don't, that's what I mean. If you don't have one, you should get one. That's all. I don't know. Let's be honest, chat. Brett needs to leave, and let's hope he scrubs his Discord and VODs. Really? You think that, King Henry? I don't know. I think it's also like, it's bad. I know it's bad. We're not there yet, but it's coming. I'm not even in denial about it. I think Hassan is in denial. And I think maybe he needs to be in denial. He like has to be in denial for him to be able to continue doing the work that he does. But I think he's in denial, dude. Like, yeah, and it kind of scares me. Like, I low-key, I don't want to be parasocial about it, but I kind of want to be like, bro. Like, do you have, can I plug you in with like rapid response networks? Do you have like a group that would like mobilize and come and help you if that were to happen? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I'm worried about all of us. It's not just Hassan. Hassan is the canary in the mine. I kind of agree. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. But I don't know. I don't want to leave yet. I have a lot more work to do. I don't think it's like, I don't know. I think leaving now would be premature. I'm not against leaving. I think now would be premature.
When he was speaking to investigators, again, according to court documents, police asked him, as you noted, what was your plan if you had encountered Governor Shapiro inside of his residence? And he told police he would have, quote, beaten him with his hammer. But Casey, one of the troubling parts also about this case is that when it comes to motive, we still really don't have a ton of information. In those court documents, he told investigators that he had a general hatred toward Governor Shapiro, but still there's no more larger evidence as to what made him jump over that fence and set fire to the governor's residence, no less on the first night of Passover on Saturday, Casey.
Yeah, all right, Danny Freeman, we are just learning in here as well that Cody Balmer, the suspect here that you've been reporting on, is going to be arraigned at 5 p.m. Tonight. We're just...
Yeah, Luwave, I 100% disagree with this. I think that's the stupidest thing that Hassan says, actually. I think that's the dumbest thing that he says. Asset, thank you for the gifted. They will take him first, bro. He's beefing because he's beefing with Elon on Twitter. Like, what do you mean? They're deporting people right now for being against American foreign policy interests. Like, can you name a single person that's more influential that fights against American foreign policy interests? Like, that is the reason that the American government is giving for their deportations. Like, he is the most public figure. And I think he thinks that's going to protect him. But I think that's kind of like like he's like not thinking it through fully, because the Trump White House, like, they revel in they revel in being seen as like, they want that, like, they want to pick a very visible target, you know? They want to be like, make an example out of somebody to chill dissent everywhere else, you know? Like, the way y'all think Hassan is in denial looking from the outside in, it just feels like y'all are in denial. Also, yeah, Hassan is next on the chopping block. Like, their whole thing is making examples like Mahmoud didn't do shit. It's literally just trying to get y'all to know they can get you. Exactly. I agree, and you're right. Maybe we are in denial, but it's also like, I think it's just the question of like, do you fight back or do you flee? And I think we fight back until we have to flee. That's like, you know, I don't think we're in the retreat yet. We're not in the moment of retreat yet, and I think it's like, it's hard to know when. I don't know. I don't want to say the things I kind of believe, because I think it's kind of doomery, but like, I don't know if we're going to be able to like mount a meaningful like resistance, and so that really scares me. I hope we can. I do believe that fascism will fail and that we will get past this moment that we're in right now and something better will come at the end. But like, will we be able to like make a global like move or a movement in this country that like genuinely like stops the momentum, I don't know. It feels like I'm talking acutely. I'm not sure. Over the long term, we will win. Yes, over the long term, we will win. But like, how much worse does it get until then? Like, you know. I don't know if the win comes from the Imperial Court. That's also a very good point too, Acid, and I kind of agree with you there too. That's why I'm like, I would love to, like, I'm going to try to reach out to some El Salvadorian leftist groups and see if I can get them on stream, and maybe I'll get a translator or something. Maybe Luna can translate for me. Resistance will be fought on both fronts. It will, yeah. And it's happening. It's happening. It's not an either or. Yeah, it will be. You mean other Luna, right? Yeah. Luna, Mexico Luna. Within our lifetime, I don't feel it's possible. Well, it is. It is, 100%. If we wanted to, it could be tomorrow. The truth is, if we wanted to, it could be tomorrow. Like, that's the truth. It's not even like, I'm not even coping. That's not cope. That's like just the facts. If we wanted to shut everything down, we could do it tomorrow. This is, you know what I mean? Luna Oi, they speak Vietnamese in El Salvador. Sick. Actually, I could. Nah, I couldn't. I couldn't have any kind of meaningful convo in Vietnamese, but yeah, Acid, I don't want to talk about you dying. Don't say that. Don't say that. You're much more valuable to everybody alive. You know? I think we got it. Self-preservation is important. You know, just being like cannon fodder is not. Yeah, we won't let that happen. That's good. Yeah, I feel what you're saying. I understand it, but it's also like, nah. It's better to fight another day. Always. That did get a bit doomer. I know. I'm sorry. I almost stopped myself, but I think we just need to have that conversation. And it's hard. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But it's hard for me to imagine it happening. Like it's hard for me to imagine the structures that we need materializing in the next year. You know? Like that feels really hard. That feels really, 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 really hard. And we need it probably in the next like 2 or 3 months. But that doesn't mean we don't do it. I think that's the thing that's like the difference of like doomerism. We can talk about this stuff and not be doomer because it doesn't impact our organizing. We do it anyway. Just because it's hard for us to imagine doesn't mean we don't try to build it. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean we don't protect our neighbors. That doesn't mean we don't like get organized, you know? And please, chat. Please, if you're not already, reach out to an organization near you and get involved. Please. Like, I just moved to a new city a month ago. And I'm already really deeply plugged in with like a bunch of different organizations and like building some really cool shit. And you can do that too. There's not something special about me. It's the orgs need help. They want help. Like there are organizers near you who want to organize you. And then you learn from them, figure out how you can be useful and organize other people. And like that's how it happens, you know? That's the only way it works. That's the only way. Doing 20 hours a week now organizing? Fuck yeah, Ghosty. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's also true too, Scott. It's like we need to be realistic about what we face, and you know, yeah, I think that we need to be realistic. You have a talent that an organization could benefit from. I mean, everybody does. Everybody does. I think every single person does. I come to orgs with the talent and I say, this is how I can be more useful, you know, so that is a benefit. But I think everybody has something that can help. 100%. Oh, you're saying it to everybody. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that specifically to me. I get you. I get you. I get you. I don't know. I'm really grateful. I just want to say it again. I'm really grateful that we have each other in this community. I hope it lasts. I don't know how long it will last, but I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful that we have each other and we can center ourselves and remind ourselves what's important, and, you know, compare notes and talk about efficacy, and like we can do all that here and keep our eyes on the prize, you know? And the prize is liberation, baby. Liberation for everybody. Okay, let's fuck this Josh Shapiro shit. Actually, let's go to Ecuador. Democracy Now. Ecuador had a massive election in the past like few days, and the conservative won. However, the results were really, really different from exit polls. And so the more progressive candidate is coming out and saying that it's a total like sham, that the election was fake. And they're entering into a different moment as the conservatives take over in Ecuador now as well.
Now, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we turn to Ecuador, where President Daniel Noboa won re-election in a runoff vote Sunday, according to preliminary results.
This event has been historic. The victory has also been historic. A victory of more than 10 points. A victory of more than 1 million votes, where there is no doubt who the winner is. And it is based on perseverance, struggle, work of each of the members of this team that seeks this new Ecuador.
But Noboa's leftist rival, Luis Gonzalez, the successor of former President Rafael Correa, is challenging the official results.
One of the exit polls.
They were neck and neck entering the vote. I mean, the exit polls showed that it was neck and neck, if not like her up.
Gave us victory. None showed a difference like the one we are seeing at the Electoral Council. None. Therefore, I report before my people, before the media, before the world, that Ecuador is experiencing a dictatorship. We are facing the worst and most grotesque electoral fraud in the history of the Republic of Ecuador.
Daniel Noboa is a business magnate, heir to a banana industry fortune, who's made cracking down on crime his main priority. He's been condemned for skirting legal norms in the process, including declaring...
Does he always wear this purple? Is this like his slogan? He's like the grimmest president? He just always wears this purple polo no matter what he's doing?
A state of internal armed conflict to more easily deploy the military. On the eve of the election, he declared another state of emergency, barring protests and authorizing warrantless searches. For more, we're still joined by Jose Olivares, investigative journalist and Drop Site News contributor, where he had a recent piece headlined "Dramatic Video from Widow of Slain Candidate Rocks Presidential Race in Ecuador," confirms Drop Site investigation, in which he shared this video posted on X by Veronica Sauraus, the widow of Fernando Villavicencio. She talks about her husband's assassination and the subsequent attempt to frame the political party of the former President Rafael Correa for the murder.
Soy Verónica Sauraus. I am Veronica Saraus. I want to denounce to the country and the international community an act of cover-up between the Attorney General Diana Salazar and the President Daniel Noboa, who are allowing complete impunity for the assassination and magnicide of my husband Fernando Villavicencio in August 2023, just days before the first round of elections in the last elections. I cannot and must not remain silent.
For more, we're going to Jose Olivares, who's joining us from Mexico City to discuss this dramatic video and the presidential race in Ecuador. Jose, if you can respond.
Yes, just very briefly. So in 2023, Fernando Villavicencio, this anti-corruption candidate who vowed to take on the drug and criminal organizations in Ecuador, was assassinated in the lead up to the elections. And following after that, we saw supporters of Villavicencio come out and blame and essentially say that Rafael Correa and his political party were responsible for the assassination. Last year, Ryan Grimm and I at Dropsite News, we received over 1,500 leaked chats showing from within the Attorney General's office, showing that essentially the Attorney General knew exactly probably who was responsible for the assassination of Fernando Villavicencio. However, she let this lie, this rumor, run that Correa was responsible for the assassination, and it was done with political motives, right? And so now we're seeing the widow of Fernando Villavicencio come out publicly days before this election saying, listen, the Attorney General, Diana Salazar, and Daniel Noboa are conspiring. They're politicizing my husband's death and essentially blaming Correa and delaying the investigation so that Daniel Noboa could have some sort of benefit in the lead up to his election, which he won on Sunday.
And Jose, we only have about a minute left, but could you talk about the visit recently of Eric Prince, a Trump ally who founded a mercenary company, Blackwater, to Ecuador, where supposedly he was providing law enforcement and the military the tools and tactics to combat narco gangs?
Classic, dude. Gotta love we have these fucking right-wing military fucking like Blackwater militia groups that just like go around. We don't even need the CIA anymore. We just have private companies that do it for us. That's really fucking cool.
That's right. I mean, Eric Prince's visit to Ecuador was not just to sort of provide some sort of security structure or infrastructure or training to Daniel Noboa's armed forces. But he was also there actively campaigning in favor of Daniel Noboa. Now, what's interesting is that we're seeing how Daniel Noboa is cozying up to the Trump administration. He was there front and center when Trump took power during his inauguration. And we're also seeing how Daniel Noboa is requesting that the U.S. government send special forces, send the U.S. military into Ecuador to also help fight in this drug war that Daniel Noboa launched last year. And we're seeing also how Eric Prince is very happy to make a deal with Daniel Noboa to provide training, to provide services to the armed forces as they engage in this drug war that has been plagued with allegations of human rights abuses by the armed forces.
Sheesh. I mean, I don't know. I don't count on like anything changing from that. It sounds like Noboa like is probably gonna just continue to be president. A lot of times these things don't get resolved. But again, the one thing that I will say is that like in moments like this, there usually is like a massive like rising up of people. The government will overstep. The government will eventually do something that actually, people start to burn shit down. Like 2020 was not that long ago. Remember? Like this happened. American cities burned. People were fucking rioting every night for a week. Like this shit can pop off at any moment, and it can pop off anywhere. Like the idea of that there's like an Arab Spring moment where, Latin America or Central America, like people just fucking rise up and it just takes off. It could happen. Like, it could happen. We don't know. We don't know. It could happen. The revolutionary potential is always there, and the contradictions are more important and more obvious than they've ever been. Not just here, globally, you know? Like, I don't know. That's where I get my hope. That's where I get my hope, is that this shit could pop off at any moment. And are you ready? Do you have the community that will have your back? You know?
What was once a winning message for President Trump is now appears to be a growing liability. Harry, just stay here for a second. Okay. New polling shows independents are turning somewhat sour on President Trump's economic leadership right now with the rollout of his tariff agenda. And that's exactly what Harry Anton was doing, looking into the numbers to bring it to you. Okay, we're focusing in on independents on this one. Yes. So where does he stand with independents? Just kind of base.
Yeah, we'll focus in on independents here. And independents feel that Donald Trump has vacated the center of the electorate, catering to his base. What are we talking about? Well, let's talk about the overall.
Oh, yeah, Diana.
We're going to look at the worst ever at this.
Tacoma, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, I have a rapid response training on Thursday.
Point in a presidency. The old record among independents for the worst ever was Donald Trump back in 2016, a net approval rating of minus 16 points. Well, Donald Trump has broken his own record here. He now holds, in this particular term, the worst ever net approval rating at this point in a presidency among independents at, get this, minus 22 points. He is 22 points underwater with independents. That breaks the old record that belonged to Trump. He has set the new record. He is completely underwater with the center of the electorate, Kate Baldwin.
And this is overall. This is on all the issues. Now, focus in specifically on the economy.
Yeah, let's focus in on the economy, right? What is driving this overall approval rating for Donald Trump among independents to go underwater? Let's take a look at the economy. And let's take a look at Trump's net approval rating on it and look at the trend line over just the last few months. You go back to January, he was slightly above water with independents at plus 1 point. Look at this.
That's crazy.
Oh, my. Minus.
That's actually crazy. A 30-point swing.
59 points.
A 30-point swing, dude. I mean, I think what explains this is honestly a lot of people. Independents are not necessarily the center. Yeah, you're 100% right. This is not right. yeah, exactly. But I mean, listen, dude, like this is the January one here is, I think, less about Donald Trump, more about dissatisfaction with Joe Biden. He was not Joe Biden. He was not the Democratic Party. And he had this. Now people are seeing what his plan actually is and watching it go into effect. And they're like, wait, we fucking hate this too. Right? This is how I interpret this. And it's also like, that doesn't mean that they like the Democrats anymore. You know? Like, the thing that motivated this is still around here. And in fact, I think a lot of people who are this dissatisfied with Donald Trump are angry that the Democrats are not doing anything about it. And so, again, I feel like we have this moment where there's a lot of fucking pressure cooker. The pressure is building. It's going to continue building. And when there's no answer, when there's nothing to suppress it because the people don't care, don't believe the Democratic Party anymore, and there's nowhere for that pressure to go, is going to keep building until it explodes. You know? And in those moments, when the pressure explodes, everything is malleable. Nothing can be taken for granted with what people believe about politics. People's politics can flip 180 overnight. We can win arguments. We can win everything. Like this is true. This is true. This is how the world, this is how it happens. Like, you know? And it's also important to remember that Donald Trump, every single thing he does, the reason that he is so in front of every single TV channel is to portray inevitability, to portray extreme power, and to portray you as weak. And so if you are consuming it and believing it and just taking it in hook, line, and sinker, you're going to start to feel that way too, that he is all powerful, that the federal government is all powerful and nothing can be done to stop it. That's really, really badly what they want you to believe. They're putting in a lot of fucking effort and hundreds of hours to concoct rhetoric that makes you feel that way. So don't give them what they want and continue to fucking fight back, knowing that this pressure is undeniable and will continue to build. And one day it'll fucking blow. Okay. And are we going to be there to catch people when it blows? When Trump does the thing that is so unforgivable to these people that they have to get out into the streets and we're not getting out into the streets doing some fucking, 50-51 shit. People are going to be angry. People are going to want retribution, like when that happens, what is our role? How do we guide it? How do we organize and how do we catch people and like give them a vision that's actually hopeful? What up, sad girl? Fear is what fascists want. Exactly. They're spending a ton of energy to make you feel that. They're spending a ton of energy to make you feel the fear that you're feeling and the hopelessness that you're feeling. They really, really badly want you feeling hopelessness and doomer, and yeah, sometimes they're going to win. And sometimes there's a battle happening for your soul and for your energy and for your emotion constantly. Okay. They're fighting for it. Okay. And they want you to feel powerless. They want you to feel like nothing can happen. Nothing can change. And they're lying to you. So don't fucking believe it. We can always change this. None of this is inevitable. We will fight back. We will prevent it. And one day, this shit will blow. This is a big change. And it's not going to get better. Like, Trump is not looking at these numbers and changing his policy. You know what I mean? It's only going to escalate, and this number is only going to get lower.
That's a 30-point drop in under 3 months of time. What independents are hearing from Donald Trump, they hate. They hate what they're hearing from Donald Trump, and they are abandoning him in record numbers. At this point in his last presidency, he was about at 0 points in terms of his net approval rating on the economy, and now he's at minus 29 points. You go back through the record books, I simply put, Kate Baldwin, can't find anything close to this. This is such a record that there is no historical analogy to be 29.
I hate this guy, by the way.
On the most important issue of the day with independents, this right here, my dear friends, is political poison. If an election were held today and...
I hate this guy. You are not Steve Kornacki, okay? You will never be Steve Kornacki. Okay? Let's get one thing straight.
Donald Trump's net approval rating in the economy was minus 29 points with independents. I'm not quite sure how Republicans can hold up.
What is his name? I don't know.
Is it all tariffs that are driving this?
Yeah, okay. So let's take a look here at tariffs. This is definitely part of it. A clear plan for tariffs and trade among independents. Look at this. 57% say no. He doesn't even have a clear plan for what he should be doing with tariffs and trade. And when asked whether or not they like the idea of additional tariffs, guess what percentage of independents say no, that they oppose it? It is 2/3. It is 66% of independents who oppose new tariffs. They don't like anything that's coming out of Donald Trump's right now, absent maybe immigration. But when it comes to the economy, when it comes to overall, when it comes to tariffs.
By the way, when is the 90-day for TikTok? That's got to be coming up like really soon, right? Why is nobody talking about that? Did I miss something with TikTok? It already got extended. It was the other day. It got delayed again. Oh my God.
It's a threesome for negativity among independents. They oppose. They simply do not like the words that are coming out of Donald Trump's mouth and the plans that he is putting forward to the American public.
So showing that it's not just economic risks that he's taking with the just wait, it will get better on his tariff plan. It's a political risk as well, which is just wait, it'll get better. So.
You know what? They can wait, what is it, about 18 months until the midterm elections?
Yeah.
But eventually the bill will come due, and we'll see at that time whether or not independents turn around.
He's like, yeah, eventually in 18 months, if we still have a fucking country, dude. Like, we cannot wait 18 months, bro. Are you shitting me?
It would have to take something historic for it to occur.
Let us see.
We'll see.
John?
All right, with us now is Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, a Democrat from New Jersey. She is running to be governor of that state. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us. As we said, you're out there running for governor right now. What specifically are New Jersey voters telling you about the president's tariffs?
Oh, I think New Jersey voters are telling me what you were seeing in that poll. They're very unhappy.
Bro, wanting to be the governor of New Jersey is like one of the biggest red flags I could imagine. Like, her dad is like exclusively wears pinstripe suits and always has a cigar, right? Like, her dad is the penguin, right?
Happy with these tariffs because they're affecting people's day-to-day lives. I mean, here we are having an affordability crisis in New Jersey. I'm running to make sure we can drive down the cost of housing, drive down the cost of utilities, improve the broken healthcare system. And yet Donald Trump is throwing everything into chaos, making everything worse. So I just talked to a local developer who told me he's paused all plans on development because his HVAC...
Okay, I don't care. She has the rest of this. I do not care. I did kind of care about this. We'll see how far we get into it. I'm kind of on one right now. I can't fucking finish a video. But I want to hear what the Democrats' plan is, okay? So Jon Stewart, Johnny boy, Johnny Stewart decided to bring on to talk about the path forward for Democrats Rahm Emanuel. Now, chat, if you guys don't know who Rahm Emanuel is, consider yourself lucky. Rahm Emanuel, who? Oh, baby. Rahm Emanuel is the former mayor of Chicago, okay? He's a hyper-corrupt political insider. He was the chief of staff for Obama from like 2008 to 2012. His middle name is Israel. He also volunteered for the IDF twice. Was repairing helicopters for the IDF. And was the Democratic mayor of Chicago. Under Rahm Emanuel's rule, Chicago closed 6 of its 12 mental health clinics. And he was also essentially chased out of the city after he spent a year covering up the murder of a black teenager named Laquan McDonald. For people who may not know about Laquan McDonald's story, Laquan McDonald was experiencing a mental health crisis and was surrounded by police when he turned away from the police and was then shot in the back multiple times by Jason Van Dyke. Piece of shit racist. Jason Van Dyke shot him multiple times in the back. Laquan McDonald fell to the ground, and then Jason Van Dyke walked over Laquan, shot the rest of his clip into his body on the ground, and then reloaded and continued shooting into his back on the ground. This body camera footage existed for over, I think it was almost a year before they released it. And it was only after a massive cover-up Rahm Emanuel did everything in his power to prevent the release of this body camera footage and to hide the reality of that situation from the citizens of Chicago. So, if even people like Jon Stewart, I want to show you this just because, like, I don't know, man. Listen, the Democratic Party is never going to save us. I should just fucking tattoo it on my goddamn forehead at this point. The Democratic Party are another branch of the same diseased tree as the Republicans. Yeah, the 16 Shots by Vic Mensa is an amazing song. I lived in Chicago during Rahm Emanuel's reign. I protested him constantly, did constant sit-ins at his office. I fucking hate this guy with a fire that is hard to grasp. Yeah, Bears knows what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, I don't know why anyone is asking for anything from him or any of his opinions. Like, he did horrible, awful shit to the world whenever he was the chief of staff under Obama, and then he did horrible, awful shit to Chicago when he was the mayor there. He's a political failure. He's also part of a very, very powerful and wealthy family. His brother is Ari Emanuel, which, if you're an Entourage fan, is the character that Ari in Entourage is based on. Ari Emanuel is like one of the owners of one of like the largest talent management agencies in the United States, like a big player in Hollywood. Is very, very corrupt. Is it true? I think it's true that they call Chicago the Windy City not because of the weather, but because of the politicians.
Where they keep things.
Let me Google that. I say that a lot, but I want to make sure it's true. I remember being told that when I was living there. Yeah, why is Chicago called the Windy City? The origins of Chicago's famous nickname are not entirely clear. The obvious is about the wind. However, popular theory holds it was coined in reference to Chicago's boliviating residents and politicians who were deemed to be full of hot air. Yep. Because they're windbags. I thought it was because everybody's always farting there. That too. It's the Chicago dogs. That is a good call. Like, Trump does do that all the time. Where he fucks up, he breaks something, everybody hates it, and then he fixes it, and everybody goes, yay! Our hero! It's like, wait, he broke it to begin with. Like, what the fuck? And we're way better off. We're way worse off than we were before he broke it. Like, what's going on?
They were in the doghouse with everybody. They were isolating. They were destroying steel plants in Chile. They were destroying steel plants in South.
But they had built.
Dude, also, like, what is this conversation? Why are we so against China? Can anybody explain this to me? Can Rahm explain this to me? Like, what is the reason that we're so against China's, like, success? Why do we need to isolate China? Like, this is just an assumption that we're all on the same page here, and I'm not on the same page. They're cheating by what? Giving people, like, you know, affordable housing and, like, affordable healthcare. Because American ego is the worst. Right. People, like, countries do anything for America because we have a good reputation and because they like us. Like, no. We spend almost $1 trillion a year to have a military that violently enforces American economic dominance globally and has for the last 80 years. Like, this is what? This is such a like fantastical fucking retelling of global, like, geopolitics. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. Like, there's like nothing about did that. Like, who did that? You were the chief of staff to the Obama administration when he had a trifecta. Who did that? Like, you closed 6 out of 12 mental health facilities in the city of Chicago to give more money to the Chicago Police Department. who was actively murdering fucking black people all across the city, and to the point where you had to spend a year doing a cover-up of a teenager who was shot in the back 16 times. Lost faith with them. Oh my God, bro. It's people exactly like you who over and over again chose to enrich yourselves and to rig the game so that if you are poor, it's to benefit the 10% of kids, man. Like, you made this system. Specifically you made this system that you are critiquing right now. It's that you're the problem. And is he taking responsibility or saying, hey, these were the wrong choices we made in the Obama administration? Here's the wrong choices I made as the mayor of Chicago? No. Wait, my cousin was the police chief in Chicago who covered up Laquan McDonald's murder. I don't speak to him and haven't since then. Fuck them. Is that real, chatter? That's wild. That's fucking wild. What was that guy's name? As soon as I see it, I'm gonna get a flashback. No, we don't need to call in. No, I'm not just gonna bring somebody in to have them dish on their family members. That's fucked up. Come on, chat. That is wild though. What's his name? I'm looking it up. Unless you don't want me to say it in this context. Wait, he got fired for that shit too. Oh yeah, this fucking guy, dude. This fucking guy. Gary McCarthy, yes, yeah. Oh my God, that is fucking wild. That is wild, 1011. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, Gary McCarthy, I remember.
America.
And he tried to run for mayor. Oh yeah, I remember it all. I was there and very, very active in that time. That was like right before I moved to Vietnam. I honestly like burned out. I was organizing so much. I had to leave the country. I had to leave, dude. It was killing me. Hey, dude. All right. Let's just give you the benefit of the doubt that you have come to fucking Jesus. That everything in your past is now irrelevant and we are in a new world with a new Rahm Emanuel. Like, what the fuck is the policy that you're suggesting that would actually address this? It's so ridiculous, man. Like, this goes against everything you've stood for your entire career. He's positioning for a fucking presidential run or Senate, or like, he wants to get back involved in elections. I know it. Oh, dude, I hope we never let this fucking cretin anywhere near power again. Please, chat. Please, dude. I don't know. I actually don't think he's entirely wrong here. Like, of course, I think people don't like paying their taxes because they know that the money is not going to go and benefit them. And yes, like, Doge is not the fucking answer. They're doing it very recklessly and in a way that is not geared to benefit us. It's geared to, like, you know, obviously, like, just eliminate the federal government in many ways. But yeah, like, we should definitely be cutting military budget. Like, 100%. What happens on the federal level with the military budget is just a reproduction of what happens at the city level with police budgets. And it happens in every single city, and every single city is entirely filled with Democrats. And so, like, I don't believe you. You know what I mean? And genuinely, There's nothing you can say that will ever make me believe you. You understand? Like, kind of like this goes for both of you. Both of the people on this screen here. Like, you know, and even AOC and Bernie. Like, I think this is a big part of my critique of them too, is that I do not believe that the Democrats have any interest in doing anything that doesn't benefit capital. Why would I? We have there are cities, like dozens of cities all across America that don't have a single Republican in office. The entire city government doesn't have a single Republican in office. And those cities still used the police forces to suppress pro-Palestinian speech, protest, to brutalize teenagers on American campuses all last year. They still gut actual services that benefit people in real ways, constantly getting cut, so that money can be funneled into the answer of violence and the answer of incarceration. And so, yeah, people fucking hate government. And this is a losing battle that we as leftists have to play, where we are looking at these Democrats and we're looking at the politicians that are in power, and we have to say it can be better and just trust us. You know, a lot of people, they're not anarchists. You know, they think government should exist, but they have an inherent distrust of government funding and government spending because they've never seen it benefit them. They've never seen their lives genuinely improved by it. And even if they did, because maybe they got food stamps or maybe they got unemployment or something, we shame them the entire time. And we make it really fucking hard. The process itself shames you, and it's just like unrewarding and not like compassionate at any step. You know? And so I don't know. I think what he's saying is not wrong. We do have a crisis of priorities. That's what it is. Our leadership, the political leadership in this country, has a severe crisis of political priority and political will. Budgets are a communication of what you prioritize. And if we've spent the last 40 years consistently investing in violence and locking people in cages instead of providing good classrooms, like, you know, it's hard to imagine a world where that's not going to happen. That's not going to continue to happen. You know, and to be truthful, we have almost no politicians that are genuinely like fighting for that anymore. Like, the who's talking about reducing the Pentagon's budget? Who's talking about reducing police budgets in any kind of elected position? Yeah. Like, nobody. Like, it. But like an elected, but like in power. I am and Tofu is, but we don't have power. Like, you know? So yeah, I think people are disillusioned with governance. They're disillusioned with budgets, and like they're disillusioned with the government on every single scale that it exists. And I don't blame them. And I don't know. I do think we need to kind of like reset. We need to hit the reset button in a big way, and it's deep. Like, the rot is very, very deep to the core, and I'm not sure how we save it. I don't know. But yeah, a good place to start is like getting involved in abolitionist groups, winning seats on your city council with people that are accountable to you and like will fight for a more just budget. And then eventually that maybe works its way up to I don't know. Fuck it, dude. I don't know. Electoralism is fucked. Honestly, that's kind of how I feel about it, but we will still win regardless, you know. I say electoralism is fucked, and I spent 8 hours outside of a fucking polling station begging people not to vote to fund a new jail last week. So I obviously haven't completely given up on it. I think we should win when we can, you know. But what if you made a law that defunded police departments and gave it to schools? I don't know. Vancouver just voted a socialist onto city council in a landslide. It won't be long until it trickles up here. I mean, we have socialists, quote unquote, on city councils all across America too. There's 4 in LA city council right now that were elected by DSA. They still vote for budgets that increase the police department. They still vote for those budgets, you know?
You pointed out, and I agree with you 100% of what...
I'm just saying I spent the last 14 years hurting watching my people elect the Tories just to finally get Labor back in to be disappointed. Electoralism is a dead end. Yeah. And I don't think elections are a dead end. I just think like it's so entirely captured by the capitalists that I don't think you can change it. I don't think you can change the parties that we have right now. The corruption is so deep within the parties. It's not something that like AOC can fix. The only way that they will actually gain power is by breaking from the Democrats and running as like a third party, not as independents, as a new third party that's actually a working class party that we can all rally around, and that like a block of both senators and congressional people and city council people and mayors all agree and break at the same time. That's the only way electoralism will be useful, in my opinion. And newsflash, it ain't fucking happening. It ain't happening. Actually, a good question. Wait, actually a good question.
Why did we govern on the possible?
Seppuku Soup, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Is that something? Well,
this is actually a banger. I wanted this whole interview should be like this. If Rahm Emanuel wants to come on any, you know what, Rahm, you're doing a TV thing. Come on my stream. Come on my stream, Rahm. I will have you on my stream, but it's not gonna be about the future. It'll be about the past. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna be talking about the past. You said at the beginning of this interview that you were working for an investment bank right now. Like, yeah, we want to beat you. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I know, but I'm only here for 20 minutes, so it feels pretty good.
Here's what we need.
Okay, but here's no
off for TOS reasons. We want to beat him off.
The thing is, do I feel like I could, back to your...
It's a nice thing.
Do I feel like we should have done certain things like this? Yeah, but that for a guy, I believe in the end of the day, following the rules, playing by the rules is better for the country than trying
ultimately.
Not just ultimately, also at the time. There are definitely...
Chad, I don't... Playing by the rules is better for the country than solidifying Roe v. Wade, than codifying Roe v. Wade. Does anyone agree? Are we good with rules? Are we, like, does anyone agree with him? Also, like, what rules would you have broken? I don't even understand. I genuinely don't even fucking get it. Like, what are you talking about? This is such a ridiculous deflection from an actually good question. And also, Jon Stewart, why?
Definitely frustrating things.
Like, you're actually the problem here too, man. Like, just rudderless. Just truly rudderless. They have no plan. They are never going to save you. They're never going to save you. Okay, we're going to move on from that to the main story. I wanted to briefly... We're going to talk about Trump and everything happening with Trump. I got a bunch to talk about here. But first, I wanted to talk about... A lot of people have been talking about and bringing up this martial law thing. And I haven't really, like, talked about it because no real outlets are talking about it. It's all, like, people like Kyle and stuff like that. And so... I don't know how real it is. It feels kind of like... It feels a little bit like red yarn on a map to me. right now. I saw some Reddit posts about it. I'd be down to look at them, you know, if you can find them again.
Of course, what'll end up happening if he invokes martial law on April 20th is that will be expanded out. So the Insurrection Act will be expanded out. It'll be nominally over the border, right? But then as time goes by, let's say you have huge protests in the streets fighting back against Trump, as we should.
Yeah, it's also like everybody's just assuming that in like 5 days that a massive like why do they think a mass like protest movement is going to start that causes this on this date? I don't get it. I don't get it.
He'll just declare those protests illegal. He'll say, I already invoked the Insurrection Act. You got
Yeah, I mean he definitely will do that. He definitely will do that. What's going on with people suggesting that Trump will declare martial law on April 20th? So when Trump took office on January 20th, one of the first executive orders he made was declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States, which he declared, a national emergency exists at the southern border of the United States. I hereby declare this national emergency requires the use of armed forces. Essentially, in the order, he directs the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security to submit a joint report to the president about whether he should invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 within 90 days. Okay, so it's not even... So they could have done this sooner. We're just picking that day because it's the end of the 90 days. Okay. Typically, the military cannot be used against U.S. citizens. Irrelevant. Okay, so here's where I'm at with this. This is like... these are people who are too still too obsessed with like the rules and the institutions. The rules are gone. The institutions are meaningless. They're never going to help you. Like, expect it. Expect the worst. It's coming. Yes, martial law is coming. Yes, there will be mass protests at some point that Trump will call the military on them. I will guarantee you. Guarantee you. I 100% guarantee you. This will be a reality. I think trying to like pin it on a calendar for a specific date in the future is pretty feckless. I think there's like very little Where's my BRB screen? I don't have the new I don't have the BRB screen on my new computer. Frick.
That we're at war at the border. You go out and protest. That's illegal activity. We're arresting you for protesting. I don't know if it's going to happen. I want to be clear. I don't know if it's going to happen. But there's enough evidence here to have the conversation.
Okay. I think, yes, that will likely happen. I think trying to put a date on it is a little bit silly. That's where I land on it. Okay, let's start with let's start with this. Let's start with coverage of protests happening around the United States right now. This is from the 12th. This is from 3 days ago. New York City protests demanding freedom for Mahmoud Khalil. Let's check it out. Hell yeah. Protesters rally outside of a federal courthouse in Burlington, Vermont during a hearing for Tufts PhD student Rumaisa Ozturk, arrested by ICE over an op-ed about divestment from Israel. Ozturk was transferred across 4 states, and her case now awaits a jurisdiction ruling. Wait, what? There's no audio? What the hell? I think this is interesting. There's actually... ICE has done a weird thing where they've made like Vermont, Burlington in particular, like kind of a hotbed here. They also arrested, which we have coming, I think in the other tweets here, but they arrested a Columbia student, which we'll talk about later, in Burlington. Bernie has released a statement. It was about two or three sentences long. But outside of that, I haven't really heard anything from Bernie. He's still doing his fucking tours. Look, he's live right now in Colorado talking about that instead. So I don't know. It is what it is. This is University of Wisconsin. Students protesting on ICE. Shout out Milwaukee heads. We also had Times Square, New Yorkers demand that. Oh, this is the same protest that we looked at earlier.
Move right now!
The NYPD shut down Grand Central Station for like 2 hours because this protest was happening in Times Square, like blocks away, and they just shut the entire Grand Central Station down preemptively. No plans to go there from this protest. They didn't go there. It was just they just locked the whole building down.
We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? We must move right now. When I say hands off, you say our students. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Hands
Oh god, there was also this shit, and then we have a little bit of Asmongold that we're gonna talk about. So Taylor, friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz, was on a CNN, like hour-long CNN documentary by Donnie O'Sullivan. And she was talking about Luigi Mangione, which really triggered all of the fucking losers on the internet who hate her. Sharky, thank you for the tier 1. They really fucking hate. They really hate her. So let's hear what she had to say. Let's hear what Asmongold said. And then there's another Asmongold clip that I think we should look at too.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is.
So Earth is coming soon. Earth Day, get ready, people. Why do you have like protests? Do you know about radical protests that are happening on Earth Day? I think people are just like making stuff up nowadays.
This is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers.
Wait, Taylor Lorenz isn't a friend of the show. What the fuck you mean? Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I've had her on the broadcast. She's written about me. Yeah, Taylor fucking rules, man. She's awesome.
Of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Yeah, I just realized women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we are. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be compared to a Trump supporter.
Yeah, we watch Taylor's we watch Taylor's videos a lot too.
But some of how people cannot understand why people have sympathies for Mangione strikes me as the same as a lot of media not understanding why people support Trump.
I totally agree.
It's because a lot of people
I agree with that too.
are just really, really desperate.
They want somebody to take on the system. They want somebody to tear down these barbaric establishment institutions. Hilarious.
100% right. 100% right. And so here's the people that a lot of people are turning to. I'm just kidding. Nobody's turning to fucking Asmon to tear down the system. But I do want to hear what he thinks about this clip because I heard his take was pretty bad.
Their pearls about someone standing
Let's hear the cockroach, everybody. Let's look into the dead rat's mouth.
A murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize.
I got to tell you something. That any self-respect.
Why does he talk like that? He always does that, dude. His fucking weird accent. I gotta tell you something. What is that?
Expecting any extreme murderer revolutionary would view the media class as an acceptable target.
What? Like based on what? In what world are you talking about? What book told you that? Yeah, like which in particular?
Be careful who you're making your bed with. They will kill you. Let me just be very, very clear. A lot of revolutionaries hate the media too. They'll kill you for sure. You're on the list. Absolutely.
And then I love the was that good? Did you guys let me look at looking at the chat? Did they like that? Oh, okay, cool. All right, they did like that.
Absolutely. That's what's crazy about it is that, like, I mean, yeah, they would do this shit themselves. So this is what I find to be this is so weird to me whenever I see, like, people on the internet, they're like noteworthy personalities that are trying to stand for Luigi. Do you know how many revolutionaries out there that would want to murder you?
Like, what does that mean? Revolutionaries? Like, Luigi is not a revolutionary, first off. What? Where are the revolutionaries? Where are the Marxists? You know?
And when it happens, I guarantee you, if somebody goes out and they kill some of these one person, I'm obviously not talking about her, I'm just saying anybody in general, and you find out that this person was standing Luigi, everybody would say, "Rip Bozo." Everybody would say it like that's what you deserve because you go.
Wait, huh? So now he's saying people are gonna cheer if you get murdered? Is that what he just said? Is that not? How is that not TOS, bro? How I am so careful with my words, and you can just say this shit. Wait,
general, and you find out that this person was standing. He goes out. When it happens, I guarantee you, if somebody goes out and they kill some of these one person, I'm obviously not talking about her, I'm just saying anybody in general.
If somebody goes out and kills anybody in general, if somebody goes out and kills any random person, there's just a bunch of pro-murder people? Like, where? Oh my god, dude, he's so fucking stupid. He is so fucking stupid.
And you find out that this person was standing Luigi, everybody would say, "Rip Bozo." Everybody would say it like that's what you deserve because you go around and you create a culture where this is normal and then now you get got by it. That's it. And it's always if you are.
Wait, so by that same metric, if like a bunch of like masked plainclothes, you know, like 7 or 8 masked plainclothes individuals, a group showed up at Asmongold's house and disappeared him and shipped him to a Central American country, by that same metric, that's like okay for you? Because you created the culture that has allowed this to be acceptable, right? Like that's your logic. Like what is this? What is this?
Rich, if you are a multimillionaire, if you are part of the media class and you think that your name is
also Taylor multimillionaire, does he know who she is? Does he know anything about her? Yeah, multi-millionaire Taylor Lorenz? I'm not so sure about that.
Not on the hit list for a revolutionary, you are fucking delusional. You are delusional, and you're not even thinking, because the only reason why these people support Luigi is they think that they'd never be on the list. That's the reason. They think they're one of the good ones. You're not one of the good ones.
Dude, I love that he talks about revolutionaries and like the left as if they are like going after people and like targeting. Like, what is that? What? He's just so stupid. He was cooking this day apparently though, because here's another take that you guys are gonna be very god damn, just watch it, bro. Just watch this.
That's not true because kids are racist. Like, I was really worried about it too, but then I was at a park and I heard a bunch of kids playing basketball, and they were calling each other retarded and other words that I'm not allowed to use on the stream. And I realized that actually things are going to be okay. They're going to...
He heard kids saying slurs, and he was like, I like that. That's good. The kids are going to be okay because they're calling each other slurs. Like, yeah, just like pro slur. Just on the principle of it. On the principle of it.
Going to be all right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. It was. And so, like, good for them. And people...
That's good. Yeah, that's so good. That people are calling each other slurs. That children are calling each other slurs.
I know that there were some people mad that Joe Rogan said that we reclaimed retard.
Why was he at a playground? True.
And now we're using retard again.
They wait, reclaimed? No, he didn't say that.
And people, I know that there were some people mad that Joe Rogan said that we reclaimed retard. And now we're using retard again. We're not finished.
We're not finished.
We're not. That's just the start. We just getting started.
What other slurs do you want to say, Asman? Just go ahead, dude. Because, I mean, obviously, like, the R slur is against Twitch TOS, by the way. It's very clear, and Twitch should fucking do something about it. Like, it is they need to reel that in big time. And it is explicitly against TOS, the written TOS. And if you have him saying this, like, what do you mean? What other slurs do you want to say, Asmongold? Go ahead, dude. Go ahead, say them, bro. Let it fly. It is against TOS. It is.
Just gonna let you know that right now. We're gonna go Clerks 2 on this shit. We're taking it back. Yeah, bro, we're bringing it back. Exactly. Fuck political correctness.
So there's that. So there's that. But in more serious news, okay. Oops. I covered you up. In more serious news, this happened yesterday for everybody who didn't know. I think everybody is pretty aware of it right now. But as Donald Trump welcomed in Bukele into the president of El Salvador, the dictator of El Salvador, into the White House, he yelled at the press and, like, you know, chastised press members in there for even asking about the innocent man who he shipped to a death camp mistakenly by his own administration's admission. And then he also said this. Bro, why is the audio doing that?
Individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador, does that include potentially U.S. citizens fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones.
You mentioned that you're open.
Do you think there's a special a category of person? You mean citizen? Yeah. Right, yeah. And then, so he said, that was directly a question asking if Americans are eligible to be shipped to a death camp in El Salvador. And then later on, during this, okay, this also happened. Chat, I need you to understand, like, this, they're not being coy about it. They're doing it in the open. They're telling you what they're going to do, and they've told you what they're going to do from the beginning. We talked about this before the election even happened, where he constantly said the homegrown threat is even worse than the immigrant threat. He said that constantly, and we knew what that meant then, and we're now watching it materialize in the real world. Okay?
Demanded the people wanted to change their weapons, and they wanted. He demanded they love you. They love what you do. I'm not here to support it. I want.
Just wait.
Homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said homegrowns are next. The
homegrowns are next.
Homegrowns built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah.
You got to build about 5 more places.
All right.
And then to rapturous applause, to laughter in the Oval Office, laughter. But it's not only that, because Trump was on Fox, I think today, and was asked about to further this.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Could we use it?
I would like to do that. Over and over again, he is telling us that the imperial boomerang is on its way back. Okay? The horrors that have been done in our name to people in Palestine and Iraq and Afghanistan and Guantanamo, it's coming home. It's coming home. Those kinds of horrors that we've fought against and we've looked at and we've benefited from are coming back, and they are going to hit us hard. Okay? And I don't say this to scare you, although you should be a little bit scared. I say this because if you are not organized, if you are not working with a group of people that can keep you safe right now, you need to start today, tonight. Okay? And it's not just exit plans. It's tonight. Google Rapid Response Network plus your city. Please just send that Google in and look. And if it doesn't exist, then go to your next topic. Pro-Palestinian, your city. Like, look on Instagram. Find an organization. Reach out to them. Be helpful to them. Show up. Show up. That is the only way out, okay? The Democrats will not save you. AOC will not save you. I will not save you. Hassan will not save you. Save yourself. You need to save yourself. And the only way you do that is by building power, building communities that can protect you. It's really important. It's really, really important. It's a scary moment. I felt terrible yesterday. I felt horrified yesterday. The game has not changed, just the conditions. Get organized. Yes. And we talked about it earlier tonight too, but like, it is true that things can change, dynamics can change, political dynamics can change overnight. All right. Tomorrow, something could happen that causes, cities across this country to burn. It could happen at any moment, and you need to be prepared for that moment when it happens, and we need to be ready, and we need to think through what's going to happen, and what your role is, and how do we protect each other. The state is coming after you. Start acting like it. We need OPSEC. We need, you need to be prepared for what's coming, because it's coming. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This is not doomerism. It's not doomerism, but I'm also not gonna sugarcoat it. We are on the precipice. We are not even on the precipice. We're firmly in a very, very dark time. And we need to be there, and we need to be out and fighting it. Like, none of this is inevitable. We say it all the time on the stream. Everything Trump does, every time he's in front of the camera, the frequency that he's in front of the camera, all of this serves to make you feel powerless. To make you feel like there's no point in fighting back. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop it. That's the point of what he's doing. They spend a lot of energy to battle for your hope or lack thereof. Okay? So don't give in. Go fight. You have to be fighting. We have to be fighting. Rapid response networks are a really important one that I am constantly like plugging. We need to be building community and building like networks that can mobilize quickly to prevent deportations. Accompanying people to ICE meetings if they need to go to them. People need your help. Like, seriously. People need your help, and you're going to need their help very soon. And if you don't have that kind of community, you're less safe. You're less safe. I can't get my normie live friends to do anything but consume for the life of me. Yeah, I feel that. Other people in the chat have been talking about that too, and like why people, it's hard to get people from your personal friend group. And I'll just say that like there's only so much you can do as an individual with regards to changing other people's minds. I think your energy should be placed a little bit on that. Like, you should be trying to agitate your friends as much as you can. But at the same time, like, people come to it at different moments. I have friends who I was frustrated were not involved in the action in like 2011 and 2012 when I was first getting involved in activism. And I was really frustrated that these friends didn't get involved. And, I moved to LA and they came to LA and they're like some of the most active people. So, and they'll tell me like, yeah, you were a big inspiration for me getting there, but I couldn't be the one that was like directly like, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in an instant, Yeah, everybody's on their own timeline and they might get there eventually, but you can't force it. And so that's why it's also like, do what you can to organize and agitate your immediate circles, but also go find community in places that with people that already get it. You don't have to start from scratch and build it from the ground up, especially with regards to immigration. These things deportations have been happening for decades, and there are immigration organizations that have been fighting against it for a very, very, very long time. And those exist. Those networks exist in almost everywhere in America that immigrants are. And so they just need your help, and you just need to reach out and offer help to them. But it's not inevitable. It's not. We can fight. We can win. We will win. We will. We also had this from the U.S. Holocaust Museum. What distinguishes a concentration camp from a prison in the modern sense, a defense for prisons, kind of weird here, is that it functions outside of a judicial system. Prisoners are not indicted or convicted of any crime by judicial process. I don't know if this distinction is very useful, but we're firmly there, according to even the fucking Holocaust Remembrance Museums. It's also worth this is also really important too. This is very important too. Bukele had already sent 9 people back to the United States that the Trump admin insists are gang members. So why can't he send Abrego Garcia? Prison guards in El Salvador refused a male detainee of Nicaraguan descent because that Central American country was outside the agreement the U.S. struck with El Salvador. I overheard a Salvadoran official tell an ICE officer that the Salvadoran government would not detain someone from another Central American country because of the conflict it would cause. The Trump administration conceded in a court filing Monday that it mistakenly deported Abrego Garcia, the Maryland mother, to El Salvador because of an administrative error, and argued it could not return him because he's now in Salvadoran custody. Venezuelans deported last week included 8 women who returned to the U.S. So, like, this is from March 2024, March 24th, 2025. So they are returning some people, but just specifically not Abrego Garcia. Specifically not Abrego Garcia. Have you gone over the satellite photos? Yeah, somebody brought that in the other day. It's pretty harrowing, but also not a confirmation by any means. That's not good. I don't think it's what you guys think it is. I think it's more that the Trump administration wants to break the judicial system. They are setting up a fight they are like forcing a constitutional crisis because they know that everybody will bend the knee and kiss the ring, and then they have full and complete power. Like, that's what it is. It has nothing to do with Abrego Garcia or his state in El Salvador. They're doing this on purpose to kill anything that could possibly stop them. To show everybody that there's nothing that can stop them. If you're asking me, I think that's the point. Black Red Guard from Parenti. The concentration camp was never the normal condition for the average Gentile German, unless one were Jewish or poor and unemployed or of active leftist persuasion or otherwise openly anti-Nazi. Germany, from 1933 until well into the war, was not a nightmarish place. All the good Germans had to do was obey the law, pay their taxes, give their sons to the army, avoid any sign of political heterodoxy, and look the other way when unions were busted and troublesome people disappeared. Since many Middle Americans already obey the law, pay their taxes, give their sons to the army, are themselves distrustful of political heterodoxy, and applaud when unions are broken and troublesome people are disposed of, they probably could live without too much personal torment in a fascist state. Some of them certainly eager to do so. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% true. You're definitely going to see a lot of, like, your parents are probably not going to, like, suddenly one day dedicate themselves to the resistance. They're just going to keep their fucking heads down and, like, stay out of trouble. We also had this fucking cretin on Fox News also defending the deportation and death camp sentencing of American citizens.
This brand new sound from President Trump, who is sitting down with Rachel Campos Duffy at 4 o'clock Eastern time on the Fox Spanish channel. And he said this on that. Listen.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Well, Senator Kennedy, you are a smart legal mind. Do you have any problem with that?
No, none.
Did you do her eyeliner? Okay, Hominoptera. Okay, all right. I don't need that kind of shade, all right? I don't need that kind of shade in here.
Fine. Do you have any problem with that?
No, none. I think the president's right.
This brand new sound from President.
I think the president is right. I think the president is correct all the time. When he tells me to reach up and grab his balls and use my middle finger to tickle his asshole, I think that's probably the best way to give a blowjob. And so of course I do it. Pieces of shit. Meanwhile, Abrego Garcia's wife
of after his disappearance, and I stand before you filled with spirit that refuses to bring down. I I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive. Kilmar, if you can hear me, stay strong. God hasn't forgotten about you. Our children are asking, when would you come home? And I pray for the day I tell them the time and date that you'll return. As we continue through Holy Week, my heart aches for my husband, who should have been here leading our Easter prayers. Instead, I find myself pleading with the Trump administration and the Bukele administration to stop playing political games with the life of Kilmar. Our family is torn apart during this scary time, and our children miss their dad so much. Despite the challenges we continue to face with the U.S. and the Salvadorian government, I hope that the strength of faith and the resilience within us will keep us standing after all the punches we continue to receive. Our ability to fight back against these governments are testimonies to the spirit of fight and restraint that God has given us. We will continue standing strong, and we will never give up on you, Kilmar.
Fuck.
I
mean, it's so sad because nothing goes into CCOT. Like, nothing goes into CCOT. He doesn't know that anyone knows that he's gone. He doesn't know that we're talking about him. He doesn't know that his wife knows where he is. He doesn't know anything. Nothing goes in. Nobody comes out. It is a death camp. Yeah, he has no idea we're fighting for him. It's just complete death camp. It's fucking gross. Okay, this guy Pablo Torre, I don't know who he is, but he had a little bit of a rare moment of kind of some clarity on MSNBC here. Death camp, like he's dead and they killed him all off? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that nobody is released. Nobody has ever been released from CCOT. The people who go into CCOT are there permanently. It is a death camp in that way because the only way out is dying. We don't have confirmed. Also, worked is not even true either. People who saying it's a slave camp are actually misinformed as well. They don't work them. You sit for 23 and a half hours in those cells that they love to show you, packed with, 200 other people. You sit in those rooms for 23 and a half hours, and then you get 30 minutes to be surrounded by cops and stretch a little bit. Yeah, all lights on, no nothing.
It's a test. We are now taking a test.
What's the test?
The test is, do you see these people as human beings deserving of the protection as human beings of the country that has styled itself the foremost protector of decency and due process in human history? And when you show these videos and you allow this administration to cast these people as people who should be shackled, who don't look like you, what they don't want you to realize in the case of Mr. Abrego Garcia is that this was a dad who was apprehended while in a parking lot of an IKEA with his autistic son in the back. And one of the most primary criteria for why he was apprehended was because he was wearing a Chicago Bulls cap and hoodie. Everybody acknowledges that this guy, as we see photos of him and his family, did not deserve any of this. And if this was somebody who looked a little bit more like the people we tend to be intuitively sympathetic towards, which is to say very clearly, if he was a white guy who wasn't generally associated with what it means to be scary and foreign, John, this is the sort of story, the suspension of process, the deportation to a terrorist prison camp in El Salvador that has Americans typically saying, this is why we need our Second Amendment. And
he's right.
Here, I just wonder why that level of panic has not risen to the level of action, because it is absolutely horrifying. It's a test.
He's 100% right. He's absolutely spitting. And he also identified the answer to his question at the end in the middle. The reason is 100% because he's not white. Because Americans have a hard time seeing people from a different place whose grandmas speak a different language than English as full human beings who are deserving of the same opportunities that we are. The truth is that there is a deep, deep white supremacist, white nativist idea of America that is just the basic operation of every, of most people, even liberals, even like people who consider themselves woke or whatever. We also had another Columbia student who was apprehended yesterday, Mohsen Mandawi. This is the moment just minutes ago when Mohsen Mandawi, a Columbia University student, was apprehended by HSI agents in the middle of his appointment to become a U.S. citizen. He's a Palestinian-born Greek card holder. Video was taken by a friend. No, this is happening all the time, by the way. ICE more now. It has happened historically. Like it's not unheard of to happen even under Biden or Obama, but people do get apprehended at their ICE appointments. It happens more often than you would know. Yeah, this is a law-abiding citizen who is doing the right thing, going through the legal process of being here, like hoping to take a U.S. citizenship test and to get a U.S. citizenship here. He was born in the West Bank, by the way. So if they deport him to Israel, his fate is a fucking rape camp in Israel, or CCOT in El Salvador, or I guess there were other documents that were like ICE's internal documents, or they're like in custody database that showed his country of origin as Jordan, which is wild because he was not born in Jordan. I just grabbed him at a USCIS appointment. They listed as Jordan because ICE does not recognize Palestine. It's just a placeholder. And I mean, this is the guy. 60 Minutes did an interview with him, and this is the guy. And I watched this not to belabor the point or anything, but just to show you that your politics don't actually matter. You can be the perfect person. And we already covered this all with Mahmoud Khalil as well. By any measurable like metric, Mahmoud was the main guy. Like he was a good activist. If you would say that, quote unquote good. Like read anybody from Colombia that spoke about Mahmoud, and he was a calm, level-headed person that constantly de-escalated, was chosen to be a negotiator for those reasons because he saw the best in everybody and operated out of love and compassion with everybody that he spoke with. And just listen to this person.
What was your initial reaction when you heard about the Hamas attack on October 7th?
I could not believe what my eyes were seeing, where I see Hamas members getting into settlements and so on. But also the first moment I saw that, I put my hand on my heart. And I started praying knowing that there will be a huge level of revenge from the Israelis. And I was praying that this will not be the result, because it would be disastrous.
The night of the rally, I believe someone in the crowd said something very anti-Jewish, not just anti-Israeli, but anti-Jewish.
Yes, this was as a walkout on November 9th. And a person who is not affiliated with Colombia, we've never seen him, we don't know who is this guy, comes down the stairs yelling, "Death to Jews." I was shocked, and I walked directly to the person and I told him, "You don't represent us because this is not something that we agree with." And directly what I've done, I took the megaphone and I gave a speech and I said, "We here are conscious, educated students, and we know how to separate right from wrong. And what this guy has said is wrong. What this guy has said is clearly anti-Semitic against Jews."
Anti-Semitic.
To be anti-Semitic is unjust. And the fight for the freedom of Palestine and the fight against anti-Semitism go hand in hand, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
I mean, look, it doesn't matter. Like, unfortunately, that's the truth. It doesn't matter. Like, you can be as perfect, have the best morals, the best values. I don't know about that, Christian. I wasn't watching then. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There is nothing to gain from, like, being like Rahm Emanuel and saying, well, yeah, we didn't codify Roe, but at least we didn't break the rules. Like, I think if there's one thing we should take away from the encampment movement, is that you can be incredibly, incredibly careful on your discipline. You can denounce it. You can kick people out who don't align with you. You can adopt a defensive posture when fascist mobs are throwing explosives and spraying bear mace in your face. And you can refuse to attack back. And it doesn't matter. They're going to lie about you anyway. Like, they will lie about you anyway. They'll still call you a terrorist. They'll lie about you. They'll say the worst things. And so, at some point, I think we need to stop taking optics into account. Not entirely, and not in every... Yeah, why keep optics then? That's what I'm trying to say. It's not an every single time. Optics are important in some situations, but in other situations, I think that their value is very, very limited. Especially in regards to direct action, especially in regards to things that actually challenge the state. We need to do what's best for us, not what's best for the optics. We need to choose safety, choose protection. And I hope I'm making myself clear.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy.
Well, we're going to listen to Democracy Now!'s coverage of the Bukele and expelling U.S. citizens in particular here.
Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we turn to President Trump's unusual Oval Office meeting Monday with President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador during a long back and forth with the press at which key Trump administration officials and advisors were also present. President Bukele flatly refused to return Kilmar Borrego Garcia to the United States, the Maryland father who was wrongly deported, sent to the notorious Salvadoran prison Secot. In a tense exchange about Borrego Garcia, several members of Trump's cabinet and team also weighed in. And the message was clear. Despite last week's unanimous Supreme Court ruling that the U.S. government should facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return to the United States, President Trump and his cabinet insisted they are not required to do so. We're going to begin by playing this astounding exchange. During the back and forth, President Trump turns to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It begins with a question from CNN's Caitlin Collins.
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CNN. Low-rated.
To help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly
Which one is it?
deported. The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in
Not true.
19,
Not true. Seeking asylum is a legal process. He had permission to be here by a court.
courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13.
Also not true. Also not true.
Legally in our country. Right now,
A single person that he got picked up with outside of a Home Depot in the group, a single person said that he thought that he was.
it was a paperwork, it was additional paperwork that needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President.
Yeah, Hamanoptera. It'll happen every time, and if you're in the struggle for long enough, it becomes very obvious. It'll happen every time. They did it with Occupy, they did it with BLM, and they did it with George Floyd. Like every time, the media exists to smear you.
If, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him?
You are doing a great job. Thank you. Wait a minute. Could you just also respond to that question? Because, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant. Because they're totally slanting because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So, it's very arrogant even.
Tried to do this in China? Wait, what are you talking about? Try to do what in China? You're a chud. Every great nation has fallen due to immigration? What? That's a wild generalization. Try to do this in China, Venezuela, or Cuba. Bro, I'm going to blow your mind here real quick. I'm going to blow your mind, buddy. I lived in Vietnam for 3 years. I made films in Vietnam. I posted from Vietnam. My life didn't change at all. I had no problems. Do you know when I've been actively targeted by the government? When I've left bruised and beaten from protests? It's in America. The only place I've ever had my freedom of speech suppressed was in America. I've traveled all around the world. I paid a lot of money to be American citizen and had to take tests to be here. Okay. I'm glad you're here. But what is the issue here? Do you think that access to the Americans should be me too, best country ever? Okay, I disagree, but I'm glad you enjoy it, and I think you should have a right to be here. Yes, I do. You think it should cost a fuckload of money and only rich people should be allowed in? What country did you immigrate from, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not rich, but you just said you paid a bunch of money. Other people probably don't have that much money to do it. I'm Korean. Okay. So it really didn't matter. It doesn't matter where you came from because the United States has done irreparable harm to basically every country in the entire world. Okay, we have a debt to the rest of the world. We live in the lap of luxury because of the riches that we have exploited and stolen from the rest of the world. Korea, I don't even need to get into it, right? Obviously, your country has suffered at the hands of our country. Like, big times. Continues to. You know? Also, it's interesting. You're Korean. So, what do you think about the previous, like, prime minister who tried to do a martial law, like, and the, you know, you actually had a resistance in your political sphere that kicked him out of power? Like, do you think that's a good thing, right? We all kind of watching that, proud of Korea. Like, we can't have that here. We can't, because you're kind of saying like we can't like the Trump administration. No, a dictatorship is what I suffered from. So wait, why don't you see it with Trump then though? Trump is literally saying that if you protest, if you fight against US foreign policy, if you disagree with the government, you are eligible to be shipped to a El Salvadorian camp. How that is dictatorship. No court proceedings, an accusation against you, and you don't ever get to argue your side. You just get sent to the camps. It's not the same. Explain it to me, please. No, I'm serious. I want to know. How is it not? How is it different? What are the differences? LARPer troll? We don't get a lot of these in here, okay? Let me fucking play with it. I could have been jailed for just trying to get to America? Yeah, isn't that what we're talking about? Aren't we? Isn't that what we're talking about? Like people trying to get to America and being jailed for it by the American government? Isn't that's like literally what the topic that we got? That's where, look, like this video, everybody in this is everybody here. We're all talking about that, how that's wrong. Is he saying he's from North Korea? No way. But America has values and our value those values. What are the values? What are the values? Freedom with laws. But we don't have freedom because if you just get accused of something, they can throw you into a prison in El Salvador. Like, what do you... He's talking in the video that you came in during. He's talking about deporting U.S. citizens to an El Salvadorian camp that nobody ever is released from. That's not freedom. Good. What I thought you said... Is this your value or not? I would say these are... I whatever about laws, you know, but like freedom, I would say freedom is a value of mine. That's a direct violation of those values. This is a direct threat to like the thing that made America, the idea of America, special in liberals and conservatives' minds, is that we have a system that it's not perfect, but there's due process. We give people the time of day to argue their case in court before they are imprisoned. And we're getting rid of that. We're totally getting rid of that. But he's not a citizen, though. I became one. Okay, but Trump is literally saying he wants to do this with citizens. In this video, he's saying he wants to do it with citizens. So that doesn't matter. Also, if there's no due process, if you never get the chance to argue, like how do you... Tomorrow, TD Stock, tomorrow, The government shows up at your door. They break your door down. They grab you. They put you in a van and they put you into prison. You don't ever get the opportunity to show your passport. You don't get the opportunity to say, I'm a citizen. You never talk to a judge in that entire process, and they ship you to El Salvador. Like, citizenship does not matter because there's no due process. You don't ever go to a judge. I came here legally. He did not. Okay, bro, you're not even talking to me. Also, he did come here legally. He came here legally. Coming here, getting asylum is legal. Also, it sounds like if you're fleeing a dictatorship, you could have come here. No, he did not. Okay, we're not going to do yes, I'm giving you a lot of time. If you're just going to go then we're done with the convo. You know? He's saying because he didn't pay for it, it wasn't legal. Okay, well, that's just not true. Seeking asylum, going through the courts to get asylum, and arguing for an asylum claim is a legal process that he was in the middle of doing. He has a wife and children here. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Your name's TD Stock Market, so I wonder if you're like, surely like with the stock market like going where it is and the tariffs and stuff. Okay, then that's your point. And yes, I stood in front of a judge to be a legal citizen. Okay, but now if the government wants to say you're not, you don't get to go in front of a judge. Do you understand? If the government says you are no longer a citizen and you're getting deported, you don't get to go in front of a judge anymore. It's just what they say. He did not. There was no due process, stock market. They shipped him to El Salvador. There have been judges and court proceedings since then, but he's not present because he's in El Salvador. Okay, that was fun while it lasted.
We would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States.
Yeah, but he's not a terrorist, dude. He's never been convicted of a crime. He's not a fucking terrorist.
Be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration.
Like, also, hold on, you're Korean, right? So can you imagine, like, you're just like repeating the lies of the dictator? Like, if we were watching a video about like North Korean people and they were like, well, Kim Jong-un said that we are gonna have a great year, you would know that you would not like. Why do you, I don't fucking. You're breaking my brain, dude. Like, you can't just gobble the boot so willingly. You know, like, just because they say one thing doesn't make it true, bro. Like, have a brain, please. Think for yourself. You value freedom, and yet you don't take any of the value or the freedom that you have to look into anything. You're just gonna swallow the boot full, like ankle, foot in it, everything.
That they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which, as I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world. And I can promise you, if he was your neighbor...
There is no due process in Korea. They just kill you. We are in that part. That's in America now too, man. They just send you to El Salvador. That's what we're doing right now. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, we don't like that. That's bad. We think that's bad. We're against that. And that's why I'm against this. At least he gets shipped out and still lives. Okay, well, if that's where you draw the line, then I guess that's where you draw the line, bro. Yeah, I draw the line a lot closer than that, I guess. I value freedom a lot more than you. Obviously.
You would move right away.
So you don't plan to ask for it?
And what was the ruling?
What is that emo? Sad girl.
It's a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time. No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is such a stupid thing to say because then, of course, they're immediately like, okay. Yeah, Bukele.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, most of them suggested that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States.
And of course, he is gobbling the boot even deeper than fucking TD Stockman is. Like, this guy is just like, oh, yes. Whatever you tell me to say.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, could I smuggle him into the United States? Or whatever? Of course.
No, you don't have to smuggle them because actually a court has demanded that the Trump administration facilitate it. So you don't have to smuggle it.
I'm not going to do it.
You put him on a flight.
I mean,
the government will pick him up.
Can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But you could release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the murder capital of the world to the safest country in the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? And that's not going to happen.
He's not a criminal.
I'd love to have a criminal, released into our
He's not a criminal. Never once committed a crime. They have returned people. We looked at it earlier. Here, I'll pull up the tweet again. Bukele has already returned people. One second. Here. Bukele has already sent 9 people back to the United States that the Trump admin insists are gang members. Literally already happened. Venezuelans deported last week included 8 women who were returned to the U.S. from El Salvador. Another one. I heard a Salvadoran official tell an ICE officer that the Salvadoran government would not detain someone from another Central American country because of the conflict it would cause. They refused a male detainee of Nicaraguan descent because that Central American country was outside of the agreement that the U.S. struck with El Salvador. He literally is, yes. People that the Trump administration insists are terrorist gang members.
So they would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people. Marco, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Island, I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin. Except for Venezuela, that was refusing to take people back or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign.
I just want to remind everybody, a little fucking black pill for everybody in the room. and a reminder that revolution is our only way out of this, this person was unanimously confirmed by the Senate, including Bernie Sanders. 99 votes.
Policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what
Revolution is the only way forward. There is nobody coming to save you. Save yourself. Save yourself. Organize, build power with your community now. Do it tonight. Do it now. Send an email tonight. If you do not have a group that you think can protect you, find it tonight. Send an email. Reach out. It might take them a few days to get back to you, but do it tonight, please.
the Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago.
How long do we have to answer this question from you? Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that?
Well, it's illegal.
Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility. Please go ahead.
President Trump, Trump's security advisor, Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Salvador's President Nayib Bukele all responding to CNN's Caitlin Collins on the wrongful deportation or removal of Maryland father Kilmar Abrego Garcia to El Salvador's notorious Secat prison. Last week, Democracy Now! Spoke to Abrego Garcia's lawyer, Simon Sandoval-Moshenberg, who laid out the facts of his client's case.
He was first arrested by ICE in 2019 when he was working as a day laborer in front of a Home Depot. There was this anonymous tip, this confidential informant, combined with the fact that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, that as far as ICE was concerned, was more than enough to label him a gang member. When he was first detained by ICE, he had a preliminary hearing, and the immigration judge essentially said, well, I don't know what's going on. We've got this confidential tip. I can't be satisfied. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to deny his release. So the judge essentially ordered that he continued to be detained during his immigration proceedings. But then he had a trial, right? And he won his trial. The judge ordered him relief from removal, ordered that he could not be deported to El Salvador, granted him withholding of removal. And the government, the Trump administration...
Wait. Unrestrict that guy.
The time didn't even...
Well, I thought it was confirmed. He was a former gang member. Whether current or not, he still contributed to violence. Okay, none of that is confirmed. You are literally just repeating fascist lies. You're listening to the truth be told to you right now. And you're just like, again, nuh-uh. Because the lies I've been told fit my narrative better. They make me feel better, and I'm a little baby. And I can't grapple with the reality that I'm supporting the Nazis. I'm a centrist. This is liberal lies. How is this liberal lies? How is this liberal lies? Yeah, you either believe in due process or you don't. These are the facts of the case. Do we need to go back so you can listen to them again? Every single politician party lies to fit their narrative. I take it with a grain of salt. Okay, I'm not a fucking politician. Nobody here are politicians, dude. Like, you can't just bury your head in the sand and be like, the truth is unachievable. Like, we can never know the truth. We are not, like, there is a truth here. And the question is whether or not you want to grapple with it. He didn't have gang tattoos? No! Also, tattoos are not the fucking, like, tattoos are not a permanent, like, factual identifier of somebody's gang affiliations. Icing on the cake, is it not? No, he did not have gang tattoos, bro. He didn't. The reasons they arrested him were because he was wearing a fucking Bulls hat and was standing outside of a fucking Home Depot. Working harder than you probably ever have. Say that to Yakuza members and those who have tattoos in Japan. Okay. God, dude, they're all so fucking stupid. I wish just one would have half a brain. Can we just get one good? I thought every time, man, they're always just like fucking dumbasses. Are we deporting Japanese people for their tattoos, Dark Mamba? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Also, it's so funny that people are talking, like, you think tattoos are such a great identifier. It's really funny because do you know who actually was punished for their tattoos? Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth was kicked out of the fucking military because his tattoos were fucking, like, actual iconography that were white and Christian supremacist. Like, yeah, you know who has gang tattoos? The LA Sheriff's Department. I don't mind deporting US criminals that are citizens. I don't mind. And okay, so what happens if somebody calls you a criminal? There's no due process. You get an accusation against you. You piss off the wrong person in the Republican Party. They call the ICE on you. You never get a chance to argue against it, to say, oh, wait, I'm a citizen. Nope. You never get that. You never ever get that. Stop being quick to judge. Dude, I'm asking for due process. How is that quick to judge? I'm asking for us to slow down and put them through a court proceeding where the evidence is laid out and a neutral, quote unquote, neutral judge is supposed to decide what are the facts and what is fake. You're arguing for quick to judge. Can a smart conservative please stand up? I'm getting fed up with these fucking idiots who, as soon as I push them, are just being like, okay, wait, actually go back to the video. It's really making me realize how dumb I am. We don't need court proceedings. Okay, dude, you're a terrorist then. And, like, anybody can call you a terrorist and you can be put in a fucking concentration camp. Like, how do you not see this? Did you ever take a history class? Like, I don't understand how this is the conversation that we have to even be having right now. Like, I want to study your brain, but it's also like, he's a troll? I don't think so, bro. You don't, even if what does that even mean? You don't think he genuinely believes this? You don't think there are people that actually believe this? Is that what you guys are saying? Like, I don't get it. Bro's a 4chan refugee? He's banned in 17 channels? Yeah, because of what listen to what he's saying. Of course he's fucking banned. Of course he's fucking banned. For quarantine, dude, I know you were using quarantine when I know you're anti-vax is like just so wild. You realize ICE agents just keeps them in detainment. Usually first they're still processing. What do you think processing is, man? It's the court proceedings that you said that you don't need. All right, I'm done.
Bother to appeal, right? They just sort of said, oh, all right, that's fine. They released him from detention and they gave him a work permit, and he's been working, which he's renewed ever since, and he's been working legally.
He literally has a work permit, was here legally.
Now as a sheet metal worker apprentice on a legal work permit ever since. So to the extent that they've got these allegations against him, they're not even sort of contemporary allegations. They're 6 years old.
Yeah, give that guy a week off.
That's Simon Sandoval Motionberg, the attorney for Kilmar.
Chile.
Turn now to talk about
what was his past history? He has a fucking child with autism. He works a full-time job. Like, Not Dark Mamba. No. Yeah, Mystic. You can keep Dark Mamba.
The Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele's meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump and the cozy relationship he has with the administration. Bukele, the man who likes to call himself the world's coolest dictator. We're joined by two guests. Joining us from Washington, D.C., Naina Gupta, the policy director at American Immigration Council. Her most recent article for Just Security headlined "The Missing Due Process for Gang Allegations." And from Mexico City,
Chat, move on.
The award-winning
We fucking clapped him. Okay, move on.
Investigative journalist Jose Alvarez. He is a Drop Site News contributor, has recently reported on El Salvador, and in a minute we'll talk.
Okay, so look, we're getting a little bit of movement on your position here. I want you to watch the video. Okay, let's talk about it after the video. I want you to watch the video, take in the facts. Okay, if you question something, Google it on your own and find out the truth and then come back here, okay? How come El Salvador president called him a terrorist? Because he's a fucking fascist, just like Trump, dude. And they're going to use words that justify their fucking horrible behavior because that's what fascists do. They use whatever words, whatever emotions, whatever concepts that they can to justify their fascism, to further trample on the rights that people have fought and died for in this country for a long time.
With him about the elections in Ecuador. But we're going to start.
Yeah, also, yeah, right. Why call him? Why did you call him? You said that everybody lies. And now you're like, well, that must be true. He wouldn't just say it if it wasn't true. Like, you admitted. What benefit does El Salvador get from housing this guy? They waste money on resources. We're paying them $6 million. We literally paid El Salvador $6 million to do that. To take those people. 300 people, $6 million. Which is like $50,000 a person. Not including the fucking flights over there and shit. Housing, you mean slave labor? No, you don't even work in a CCOT. It's 23 and a half hours in the cage where you're surrounded by 200 other people in those fucking cots, lights on all the time, and then you have half an hour outside of the cage where you do like stretches and shit.
Gupta, can you respond to
You
this?
never talk to a lawyer. You never hear from the outside world. You never leave. There's never anything else.
Astonishing White House meeting.
I'll be right back.
Yes, thanks so much for having me. What we saw yesterday was political theater and a set of administration officials lying to the American public. To be clear, Donald Trump and his administration can absolutely bring home Mr. Abrego Garcia. That is well within their power and authority. ICE has deported thousands of people wrongfully in the past. The agency does have a process to bring people back. I have worked on cases where the agency has immediately brought people home where they have admitted it was a wrongful removal, as the agency has done here. And the idea that the president cannot do this is a lie. Now, it's true, of course, that the president and executive branch have wide discretion and latitude when it comes to matters of foreign policy and national security, but that power is not limitless. And this is an administration now that has violated an immigration court order that prevented Mr. Abrego.
You want to go ahead and preemptively condone any CCOT rebellions that take place? 100%. 100%. I've been saying for a minute, like, I want to reach out to more, like, to an El Salvadorian leftist organization, abolitionist organization, and like have them on the stream, see how we can fundraise for them. Like, whatever we can do. That's our struggles are intrinsically linked right now.
Garcia's removal to his home country of El Salvador. They are violating a Supreme Court and federal district court order that have required the administration to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return. This is the Trump administration violating the rule of law and violating due process. And they're doing that by cozying up to President Bukele, who has a track record of also violating the rule of law and human rights in his country. And it is a dangerous and cruel tactic that the administration is using here.
And Nana Gupta, I wanted to ask you, the administration obviously is claiming that because they've declared MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization, that this now becomes an issue of foreign policy of the United States, not just of immigration.
Also, troll, I don't know, the way we're using it, troll to me implies somebody who's coming in here just to get a rise out of me or something. I feel like both of the people we were just talking to are arguing what they actually believe and are just not very informed or don't have the tools to be able to like decipher this world that we live in right now. You know what I mean? And like I'll never ban those people because I think that they need the truth, and it's there's a lot of fucking lies in the world, and hopefully they can gain something from being here. Obviously the line for me, especially when it comes to like banning, is like if you make it like not a fun place for other people to be, you know, if you're transphobic, if you're racist, if you do anything that would ever like make anybody that is marginalized feel less comfortable here, then I don't want you here. That's the difference, right? So like that guy that came in and said the R slur, like, you know, that guy's on my shit list. You're going to take a week off, and if you even step out of line a little bit, like, you're gone, you know? Does that include being fascist? What do you mean? Both of those people were like, they were arguing fascist points. Yeah. 100, you know, like, what do you mean? They were both like, oh yeah, we're centrists. But dude, they were fucking, yeah, they were fascists. Like,
but this whole issue of whether Abrego Garcia was ever judged to be a member.
Why do you call him a dumbass?
What do you know about that? Because
that guy's gone. Why'd you call him a dumbass?
Had his lawyer.
Don't make me tap the Northern Line clip.
Back in my day, 20 years ago, the trolls were fucking goblins, bro. They were like, they knew that they were doing bad things and irritating people. And then when people got irritated, they typed "you mad" and they won. They got permit, but they understood that they were the villains. Now the trolls are like, does anybody else think that this person should be locked in a mental hospital? And then when someone's like, you have been permanently banned from the chat, they're like, I was just talking. You are my friend. Like, what, bro, go back to being a gremlin. Go back to being like a little demon in the wires instead of like, I was just asking questions, disingenuous so-and-so.
Yeah, but it's also like, I don't know. This is why, that's where my line is. My line for banning is not having a bad opinion in chat. Except for about like Israel. I ban people. Like if you come in and you're just like defending genocide, I'll ban you. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to have that conversation. Eat shit. You know what I mean? But if you're just like an American hog and you come in here and you're just being a hog, and you're not like being openly transphobic, you're not being racist, you're just having really bad opinions, then what, you know, whatever. I don't care. Because also it like, look, both of those people, we didn't time them out, we didn't ban them, they just fucking left. They got a little bit of attention. Then they just left. I don't know if they're probably they closed out of the fucking tab, you know what I mean? Like they're gone.
Say
they don't like having pushback or actually being challenged on their ideas.
Position a few days ago.
Right. Look, the Trump administration has never proven that Mr. Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13. Mr. Abrego Garcia had an immigration court hearing where that issue was not meaningfully litigated. In this country, we believe in a right to a fair day in court. No, you cannot disappear somebody to a foreign country, to a prison in a foreign country, based on mere allegations or sham allegations. Unfortunately, there is a history in the Department of Homeland Security of using weak and flimsy evidence of gang affiliation as a basis to deport people, particularly men from Latin America. In this instance, the Trump administration has taken that to its extreme. They've removed a person in violation of multiple court orders at this point to a foreign prison based on...
Of course the burden of proof is on them. I mean, it used to be But it's also like, here, I had a tweet about this earlier this week. Okay. Like here's the tweet. Everything is fake. Nothing actually means anything. Look at how quickly we went from innocent until proven guilty to calling people terrorists and sending them to death camps. It's all just nothing. But this is true. However, it's true for us too. That also means that the working class can change reality just as quickly. If we want to, none of these rules have to live through the fucking revolution. That's the facts. We can stop all of this. We can change the reality as we know it tomorrow if we want to. If we build the power. Right. Like all of this stuff, everything that they've leaned on as like permanent, immovable things that are inherent to American society are gone. We are in a new world. It is us. We make the future, you know? Like we can change everything just as quickly as they change it.
No evidence. That was not the main issue in his case. He is not a member of MS-13, and if the Trump administration says otherwise, they should have to prove that in a court of law.
And can you talk about the ACLU lawsuit back in 2017 that led the...
We can't protest if we miss one day of work. We on the street, then fucking protest at work. Form a union. Make it a sanctuary union. Refuse to allow ICE into your fucking workplace. You don't even need a union to establish a plan for you and your coworkers if ICE shows up, you know? Like your workplace is an organizing platform as well.
Trump administration to release over 30 children and teenagers from ICE detention after it was revealed that the government's evidence of gang affiliation was essentially non-existent.
Yes, so again, this is not the first time the Trump administration has pulled this kind of sham and flimsy evidence to deport people or detain them and weaponize our U.S. immigration laws. In the first Trump administration, there was a lawsuit that the ACLU filed on behalf of over 30 young adolescent men who'd been accused of being members of gangs. This was based on evidence of tattoos and evidence in notoriously flawed gang databases that are based on mere allegations.
Yeah, Kakukiko's right.
As this young man was seen in the same area where there is a lot of gang activity. That evidence was so flimsy and unsubstantiated that the federal court in that ACLU case said, in fact, that some of those young men should just be immediately released from immigration detention, and others, at the very least, needed, as a first step, a day in court for the government to actually prove those allegations, for that evidence to be used, for that evidence to be fairly brought in a court of law.
I wanted to ask you about another point before we go to the drop site investigation and to how this meeting took place. And that is Trump's comment in the Oval Office yesterday that he wants to send violent criminals who are U.S. citizens to El Salvador, adding Attorney General Pam Bondi's studying the law. He was caught on a hot mic. You have to listen really carefully, telling President Bukele homegrown criminals are next, adding you're going to need about 5 more places. But in this clip, in the Oval Office, President Trump's talking about it openly.
We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are...
Like, it's so insane that you would even bring any of this stuff up, as if our, like, judicial system is, like, nice to these people now. Do you know what I mean? Like, as if murder is legal. And our prisons aren't bad enough. What is the baseball bat thingy? I mean, he's just trying to paint everybody. He's justifying his horrid policy that every normal person with a heart would recoil at by painting an image of somebody so evil that this might be warranted. There is nobody evil enough. Even if you fucking did this, Even if you fucking did this, we shouldn't be sending them to a goddamn El Salvadorian death camp, okay? Period. Like, no. That facility shouldn't exist. Nobody should be in any prison like that. Period. It's inhumane. It's evil.
Absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve, okay?
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, that.
He is a rapist, by the way. His ex-wife has in court testified under oath that she raped him. He is a rapist.
And what do you think?
And he's here standing behind sexual assault victims to justify his fascism. He raped, what did I say? She raped him? Oh, my bad. He raped her. My bad. You knew what I meant.
Special category of person. They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too. And I'm all for it. Because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't. But he does a great job with that. We have others that we're negotiating with too. But no, if it's a
his ex-wife,
criminal,
one of like 3.
We're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people. Every bit as bad as the ones coming in.
So, Naina Gupta of the American Immigration Council, can you respond?
Like, cruel and unusual punishment used to be a thing you were protected from. Just like violations of your First Amendment, just like all of these things. They're all crumbling. Everything's crumbling. We're in fascism. Act accordingly. Please start acting accordingly.
Can you respond to what Trump has just put forward, that U.S. citizens could be sent to the prisons of El Salvador? Naina Gupta, if you could respond, I know your IFB just dropped out, very quickly, to President Trump proposing U.S. citizens could be sent to El Salvador.
Yeah, this is just the president playing a dangerous game here. He is testing the limits of his authority. He's testing the limits of United States rule of law, and he is flirting with the idea of sending U.S. citizens to a foreign prison. Right now, U.S. citizens, to be clear, are not at risk of this. But if the Trump administration gets away with violating multiple court orders and refusing to return Mr. Abrego Garcia, that will be an emboldening moment for the president. That will mean the president feels emboldened and has the right in his mind.
I mean, I agree that it is. I don't know, man. I think it's like. I feel like test is almost like not the right word. Like, it's not a test if you're just breaking through the doors. It's a coup. Like, it feels way more like a coup. You know? Like, you're, in a way, like, this is designed to cause mass protest so that they can, you know, turn up the heat on the American population and totally, like, just go full on. Like, I think that's the only way that this goes, is that he keeps pushing, crashes the economy to a point where there's, you know, 2020 happens again in the country, and there are mass riots in every city, and then it really happens, you know? I don't know. It's just what it feels like.
to take actions like the one he's threatening in this moment of political theater that we saw yesterday in the White House.
So we want to bring Jose Olivares into this conversation. If you can comment quickly before we talk about your investigation of Ecuador and the elections, to how this all happened, this meeting between Bukele and Trump, taking the immigrants and now this proposal of U.S. citizens to Salvador prisons, and also the role of Eric Prince, the notorious former head of Blackwater, and his role behind the scenes setting this all up. He's back in the United States now that Trump is president again.
That's right. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, so it's been a long time coming.
Then I want to build a prison like this in Ecuador? Really, Momo? We were covering the presidential election earlier tonight. I haven't heard that, though.
Negotiations between the Bukele administration and the Trump administration. What we've seen is that in the months even leading up to the elections, we saw Eric Prince visiting El Salvador and touring these terrorism confinement center, this prison.
Dude, Eric Prince.
And negotiating.
His fingerprints are all over everything terrible in the world right now. Holy fuck.
With the Bukele administration. And it seems likely that that's when the original idea was proposed, to send immigrants detained in the U.S. to this notorious prison in El Salvador to be held by the Salvadoran government. So what we saw negotiations also between the Trump administration, high-level negotiations between the Trump administration and the Bukele administration right as soon as the Trump administration took power. And they were able to negotiate a deal in which the Trump administration pays the Bukele government $6 million to detain all of these immigrants that are being expelled to this prison in El Salvador. But as part of the deal, we also saw a very secretive kind of maneuver by the Trump administration, Bukele, just for some very brief context.
Yo, power to los indigenos. Power to those indigenos in Ecuador. I hope they prevent that shit from happening.
In 2019, the Bukele administration negotiated with top leadership of MS-13. Now, this top leadership is called the Ranfla Nacional, and they're known as the sort of board of directors of MS-13, this top leadership of the gang. And Bukele administration officials were entering prisons to negotiate with these top MS-13 leaders. Now, as part of the deal, MS-13 was able to kind of keep some territorial control. Some of these leaders were released from prison. But at the same time, in exchange, MS-13 agreed to reduce the violence in El Salvador, reduce the number of murders, but also they agreed to mobilize their forces to support Bukele's political...
They want to buy land and lease it back to El Salvador to get around the law for U.S. citizens. Eric Prince wants to cut a deal to transport detainees from the U.S. to El Salvador. So it'll essentially just be a new Gitmo. Transporting thousands of immigrants from U.S. holding facilities to a sprawling maximum security prison in Central America. The proposal, exclusively obtained by Politico, says it would target criminal illegal aliens. Okay. In an attempt to avoid legal challenges by designing part of the prison, which has drawn accusations of violence and overcrowding from human rights groups, as American territory. Why wouldn't... I'm actually kind of confused about this. Why would they do that? Why, if you can build this prison on American soil, why would you not just do it on American soil? Like, if it's going to be it's going to be on American soil anyway. Like, I thought some of the benefit was the displacement of responsibility to the El Salvadorian government. That it's not technically the Trump running the death camp. You know, so this would make it more. This would make them more accountable to judges and courts and all the things that they are toxic and want to avoid. You know what I mean?
Party for the 2021 legislative elections. Now, these elections.
Making it American land probably helps with some rules for holding Americans or something. There's no more rules, man. There's no more rule. The rules are gone. There's no more. We're past rules.
Were won overwhelmingly by Bukele's political party, which allowed him to consolidate power even further. But a year later, in 2022, this pact between MS-13 and the Bukele administration essentially fell through. And we saw Bukele put in place his state of exception with these massive prisons, rounding up thousands of people and putting these alleged gang members in these prisons. But as a result of the state of exception, the knowledge, the information about this pact, this original pact.
Oh, they want to avoid international complications. Wait, this actually kind of makes sense, Cussy, because like El Salvador has returned a lot of people who are from other Central American countries to maintain their El Salvador's relationship with other Central American countries, like people from Nicaragua and Venezuela and stuff like that. They won't take. They've actually they have returned. We looked at it like 3 times tonight. They have returned people from other Central American countries and refused to house them. So that actually is a good reason.
Between the Bukele administration and MS-13, it's an incredibly embarrassing thing for the Bukele administration. So he's been wanting to kind of, keep tight any sort of information that could be revealed about any potential links that his government had with MS-13. Now, there are 2 major indictments in New York accusing the Ranfla Nacional of various narco-terrorism and terrorism crimes. But in those indictments, they specifically mention these negotiations, this pact between the Bukele administration and MS-13. Now, what we found out, according to some documents from the Department of Justice that were first accessed by El Faro, which is an excellent Salvadoran news organization, is that on March 11th, the Trump administration dropped all charges against one of these top MS-13 leaders. His name is Cesar Humberto López Larios. And on March 15th, as part of this initial flight of expulsions with the Alien Enemies Act, this man, this top MS-13 leader, was sent to El Salvador, essentially handed over to the Bukele administration as a gift, essentially saying, here you go, thank you for letting us use your prison. Now, one of these top MS-13 leaders who could potentially speak in open court about the links between the Bukele administration and MS-13, here you go. He won't get to speak in open court anymore because all of his charges have been dismissed. And so it kind of shows kind of another layer of these kind of behind the scenes, top level, high level national security negotiations between the Trump administration and Bukele's government.
Why is a police officer wearing a shiesty? What timeline are we in? This is in El Salvador, but if you haven't been watching, every single deportation has been done by people without like hiding their identity. ICE agents are secret police now. This is the world we live in. Yeah. Okay, we got a new video from Prince Shakur. This came out 2 days ago. It's got 3K views. So let's boost that shit, please, chat. Go and support the creator. We love Prince so much. We really, really, really enjoy Prince's videos. We love Prince Shakur. Really great creator and needs more love. So I would really appreciate it if you guys could put the video on in the background, mute the tab, make sure you're subscribed. If you don't know if you're subscribed, go check right now. Go check. Make sure you're subscribed, okay?
Oh. Okay. I just read a headline that a Republican senator said that undocumented immigrants have no due process. No due process. What does this sound like?
And the way that the Trump administration is acting and snatching people up without due process is horrific, and it's simply un-American, and they should stop doing that and give people due process.
So recently...
Fuck, dude. Prince is so sick.
Recently, I put out 2 videos.
I love this creator so much. It's so rare that we find people who are like on the wavelength that we're on and like having and contributing to the conversation like we are. And I don't know. I just am really excited that we found this creator. And I hope you all support him. Really, really, really do.
Videos all about free speech. And in one of those videos, I mentioned that last year when the student encampment protests were happening in my city, that I was stopped by police. I'm
jealous of how hot he is. Same.
Encampment protests. Nothing was really happening. I met up with my friend. We were chatting. We decided to bike away. I'm biking away and 2 full police vans pull up. and they block the road in front of me. They get out. There's like 7 or 8 cops surrounding me, and they start asking me questions. How do you know your friend? They mention my friend's government name. What are you here for? Why are you on campus? How long have you lived in the city? Do you live in the city? Do you have any sharp objects in your bag? Are you okay if we search your bag? And it was pretty weird. It was pretty weird. But I think as a Black person in America, there's something you feel in your body when you're in those moments. But I was surprised by some of the comments I got, because I think there was one comment in particular that said, oh, when you let them search your bag, you gave up your 14th Amendment or whatever amendment. But I wanted to do this video to unpack what due process is, what due process isn't, what changes in due process we're seeing and experiencing right now. Because that comment made me angry, but it also made me think about what we have to risk to defend our rights, what the notion of a state-given right is, and the gray areas that we exist in. And in that moment, I was thinking, okay, they say they're stopping me because I was riding on the sidewalk. Okay, but it's actually because I was at this protest, and they want to use this protest as justifiable cause to check for suspicious people. And so in that moment, I understood that the police viewed me as guilty, one, because of the reason that they said that they stopped me, but two, because anyone protesting for this thing could be weird. I understood that they were operating with that assumption when they met up with me. I also understood that I didn't have anything in my bag that I was worried about them finding. And in that moment, like a lot of Black people do, and I won't say all, I felt that me not showing fear or acting suspicious was the best thing I could have done in a situation where, but the reality is that based on someone's background or their identity or their presence in a city or what kind of work they've done, that could very much be a moment where the cops show up with the intention to frame you, to set you up. There is this very real conversation that we all need to have around this peeling back of privacy, this hyper surveillance, the normalization of our phones being able to be searched, our text messages being able to looked at, our personal opinions being.
Like, I understand what Prince is saying 100% here. I mean, actually, like, I don't understand it because I'm white and Prince is Black. But I can empathize with what they're saying, and I get that feeling of being scared and not having anything to hide, and so you let them search your bag and stuff like that, or you answer their questions. It is best practice to just shut the fuck up. I would be wrong to not give you the advice to just shut the fuck up. You don't have to answer their questions. You know, you don't have to let them search your bag. Just shut the fuck up. Wait, he's Black and Vietnamese? Wait, really? That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Being used as just cause to revoke people's visas or detain them.
No, you? Oh, no, I'm not.
Or to indefinitely arrest them. It's a sign of increased authoritarianism and fascism. What this reality has turned me to again and again is
that means I'm not Vietnamese.
Actually had due process.
That means I'm not Vietnamese.
Due process
in Vietnamese.
What is the point of it? Due process in the US refers to the legal requirement that the government must respect all legal rights owed to a person under the law. It is protected by the Fifth Amendment.
Không. Anh là người Tây. Means I'm a white boy.
Applies to the federal government, and the 14th Amendment, which applies to state governments. Due process ensures fairness in legal proceedings and prevents the government from arbitrarily depriving individuals of life, liberty, and property. There are two types of due process. Procedural due process, which requires the government to follow fair procedures before depriving someone of life, liberty, or property. This includes notice of legal action, the opportunity to have a trial or a hearing, an impartial judge or decision maker, and the ability to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. And then we have substantive due process, protects fundamental rights from government interference, even if procedures are followed. It ensures laws do not violate basic constitutional rights, such as privacy, marriage, and bodily autonomy.
The back, Fred Hampton was in bed with his girlfriend and mother of his unborn child. Fred was laying over on his face with his head to the back of the bed, bleeding. While Deborah was in the kitchen, she heard one officer say, "Is he dead?" And she heard 2 more shots. And someone responded, "He's dead now." So we saw this as an outright, deliberate attempt.
It was assassination.
Successfully take out Fred Hampton. Mark Clark was killed. Fred Hampton was killed. All of the surviving Panthers were indicted.
Yeah, I understand that, true nutrition.
And charged with attempting to murder the police in a shootout.
I don't know what you're saying about Mike from PA. I don't. That's what I was saying. I get it. I understand that it's like a very intimidating and stressful situation, and but it is best practice. You're protecting yourself best by shutting the fuck up.
FBI, once they came in, the guys who did it came in and investigated it, right? It's an interesting part of this darn case.
University students, grad students, Palestinian folks being detained, arrested, etc. I have so many flashes of different points in my personal and collective history. As I mentioned in videos, I think about the 2016 RNC in Cleveland where door knocks happened. I think about 2020 and how there were a whisper of door knocks in different parts of the country. I mean, look at the case of Khalif Browder. We can clearly see that due process for some people just don't fucking exist. Khalif Browder was just 16 years old when he was accused of stealing a backpack in 2010. With no evidence and no conviction, he was sent to Rikers Island, one of the most notorious jails in the country, where he spent nearly 3 years.
Jesus Christ, bro.
2 of them in solitary confinement. And
oh my God. Yes, I mean, this is a great point to make too. The way that we treat pretrial detention in this country is fucking abhorrent and does 100% prove that due process has been a problem in this country for a long time.
Solitary confinement is when they have you alone.
Yes, Rikers is all pretrial, yes.
Probably not even a window for 20 hours or more a day. There's clear evidence that goes back decades about the intense psychological and mental effects of solitary confinement. And it's been investigated by various human rights organizations, and it has been considered by many a war crime. And in the 3 years that he was awaiting trial, he spent 2 years of them in solitary confinement. Additionally, his family couldn't afford a $3,000 bail, and the system moved so slowly that he was effectively punished without even being proven guilty. And some of the most heinous facts from—
I am following this guy? Hell yeah, chat. Follow Prince. That's all I'm saying. I love this creator. I hate that he doesn't get as many views as he deserves. And I want to share with you all. Please, please go check out the video. It's pinned in the chat right now.
Khalif Browder was arrested and essentially told, you can only get out of jail if you take a plea deal. You can only reduce the severity of what is happening right now if you take a plea deal, which is literally how most of our carceral system works. How can we claim to have due process? How can we claim to have a fair legal system if most people are entrapped or coerced into plea deals, which is the case, which has been studied by countless legal rights organizations? Because he was offered plea deals, and because he knew that he wasn't guilty, and because he wouldn't take these plea deals and plead guilty in order to get a shorter term, he continued to be incarcerated because this is the precedent that the state sets. And the most horrible part of this case is that eventually he was released in 2015 and he unalived himself. And I recently watched a video that talked more about his case, and there was a lawyer that I think read a lot about his case afterwards and looked into the different interviews he had in order to try to attain parole. And in those interviews, this journalist noted,
never attempted suicide before, never really thought about it before he was arrested. And this is when he was 16. He went into the jail system, and this is the spring of 2010.
Jesus Christ,
at some
man.
point, he sees another adolescent boy in his jail down the cell block with a sheet tied around his neck, who's just been taken out of his cell. He was, he did not take his life, but he attempted.
We made a video like that. Nutritionist. I made a video like that too. Did we have a thing for it?
So there was almost like a culture of suicide attempts that he was exposed to, and he started to internalize and think about a lot. And he spent much of his time, as you mentioned, in solitary confinement when he was locked up.
800 days.
And on Rikers in many places, the only way, so it's a little bit complicated how the sort of world of, it's just completely upside down, the world of Rikers. And the only way, there's sort of perception among officers, among some of the employees, that when a person attempts to harm themselves in solitary, that they're only doing it to get out of solitary, to get into general population, to fix their housing situation. So there's sort of this deep skepticism, and that's what you see coming through in the story. Obviously Khalif is truly depressed and having sort of serious suicidal thoughts, but in that context, things aren't taken seriously, and it's just, this is sort of what happens when we turn our jails into sort of mental hospitals almost.
He learned how to unalive himself through all of the horrific experiences that he had at Rikers, through being assaulted and tortured by staff, through being assaulted and beaten by other inmates, to having jokes made at him about how he should unalive himself, to demanding and asking from COs and prison staff that he be able to see.
Okay, I'm an abolitionist now. Yeah, dude.
Therapy that he be given mental health.
This is the reality of prisons. I think most people, if they actually just spend a few days doing research on what the reality of prisons is, if you actually understood what the reality of that situation is for those people, I think everybody would be like, this is not humane. This is not okay. No, it's indefensible. It is. It doesn't work is the worst part. There is no data that locking people in a cage makes people happy, or makes people less likely to commit crime, or that it reduces crime rates. It's literally the failures of our politicians are all around us, and their answer, instead of fixing the problem, is to use violence and beat it down and lock it in a cage. Our society fails us constantly, over and over again. Some people have to, they're led down pathways of harm, and there's no off-ramp. We give them nothing. We give them no off-ramp at all. And so harm happens, yeah. It's just so, I don't know. Yeah, prisons are fucking horrific.
His mental health.
Isn't solitary confinement a human rights violation? Yes, of course.
Decline was considered a joke, and it was exacerbated.
I mean, it's barbaric as fuck.
Of the
it just is.
And it's not only the question of whether or not we have due process, it's the question of what kind of psychological damage, physical damage, torture does our carceral system just inherently normalize? What is built in as a part of these forms of punishment? And how can this even be considered humane in the first place if there's no due process? And even more, the inhumanity of what Khalif Browder and so many other young folks and folks who are incarcerated experience while they're being locked up. 80% of the 10,000 prisoners who are currently at Rikers haven't been tried. They're awaiting their trial. They're in pre-trial. And so what is the point of claiming that we have due process if our system works so slow? If
the worst part about that too, and this is why when people Chank or I don't know, there's just when people talk about cash bail, this is why you should be against cash bail on principle everywhere, no matter what. Just if you think about it for even 3 seconds, these people go to a bail hearing, just so you know how this works. People go to a bail hearing, they talk to a judge looks at their life, interviews them, and looks at the crime and decides how likely they are to reoffend and how much harm it would do to the population of the group if they were to be released while they're awaiting trial for the crime. Okay? And they're saying if you are offered cash bail, that's the court saying they're fine. They're probably not likely to reoffend. If you're likely to reoffend, very likely to reoffend, you don't get offered cash bail. You just get put in pre-trial detention. That's how that works. So this is a court, a judge has already said that they're allowed to be released and it will be fine. But they just have to be rich. They have to have the money. So if you're poor, you stay in jail. Like, it's literally just punishing poor people for being poor. So if you're homeless, you get locked up for sleeping outside, like you can in many American cities, and you sit in jail for weeks. For weeks. Like, you should always be against cash bail. Always.
If public defenders are so overworked that they push,
it makes no sense.
And there is no actual process of someone who is unjustly arrested to be able to defend themselves unless they have tens.
Yeah, that's horrifying, Geek. I'm sorry you went through that.
How so many black people are just steps away from something like this happening. I think of my own life and how I've been steps away from this happening to me, and how it's happened to people that I know. How this is just an everyday thing for this country. And for it to get worse, it means that the elite think that this is justified, that people like Khalif Browder are just expendable. They're statistics. If they hadn't done anything wrong, how would they have ended up there? If you haven't done anything wrong, why do you care if the state is watching you? Questions like that, victim blame. They remove the active intent of the state and its agents to entrap us. What it means to demand innocence in situations where law enforcement are harassing people. Because whether or not you're innocent, is the state still fucking up? Is the state still doing something wrong? This is the case of George Steiny Jr., who was a 14-year-old who was the first child to be executed by the United States government. On June 6, 1944, George Steiny Jr., a 90-pound black 14-year-old boy, was executed in the electrical chair in Columbia, South Carolina. Earlier on March 24th, George and his sister were playing in their yard when two young white girls briefly approached them and asked where they could find flowers, and a search party was organized to find them. George joined the search party and casually mentioned to a bystander that he had seen the girls earlier. The following morning, their dead bodies were found in a shallow ditch. George was immediately arrested for the murders and subjected to hours of interrogation without his parents or an attorney. The sheriff later claimed that George confessed to these murders, though no written or signed statement was presented. On April 24th, George Steiny faced a sham trial virtually alone. No African Americans were allowed inside the courthouse. His court-appointed attorney, a tax lawyer with political aspirations, failed to call a single witness. The prosecution presented the sheriff's testimony regarding George's alleged confession as the only evidence of his guilt. An all-white jury deliberated for 10 minutes before convicting George Steiny of murder, and the judge promptly sentenced the 14-year-old boy to death. George Steiny remains the youngest person executed in the history of the U.S. George Steiny was so little that when they put him in the electric chair, that they had to stack a pile of books in the seat in order for him to fit into it. To put him in an electric chair, to give him virtually...
I try to thank you for the gifted.
It shows you the reality of hierarchy in this country. And if we look at our world today, that hierarchy is not that far off. And in this conundrum of no due process and hypersurveillance, I am worried. I'm worried, but I'm also simultaneously ready to see and understand what communities need to do to protect each other. In 1969, the weather ground hadn't formed yet. The U.S. government was already laying the groundwork to destroy them. In 1956, the FBI launched COINTELPRO. If you challenged white supremacy or capitalism, you became a target. As the 60s unfolded, SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, became a major force in the student left. They organized against segregation, against poverty, against the war in Vietnam. In 1969, after years of brutal state violence, from police shootings to napalm in Vietnam, SDS fractured. Out of its radical wing came the Weather Underground, a group committed to anti-imperialism with black revolutionaries and revolutionaries all around the world. They believed that the U.S. wasn't broken. It was functioning exactly as designed. So they fought. The state responded the way empire always does, through lies, force, and fear. The FBI used COINTELPRO to surveil, infiltrate, and sabotage the Weather Underground. Without warrants, without charges, without restraint. Agents forged letters to sow distrust, raided homes without cause or warrants, gathered dossiers based not on criminal acts but political beliefs, dangled people out of windows, beat them up, followed them. Due process wasn't suspended. It was never offered. If the law only protects you when you obey empire, what kind of justice is that? Hypersurveillance and the scrubbing away of due process.
COINTELPRO.
Authoritarianism is on the rise.
The subtitles are just messing it up.
Very clear potential right now as manufactured crisis continues, that we can begin to find the tools and systems and ways to protect each other. I think of the Columbia student who had her visa revoked and was able to flee to Canada, and how in even my own language, and talking about this over the last week, that I use the same language that the media was using when I was talking to friends, and I said, oh, she self-deported herself. And my co-host of my podcast said, oh, I don't like when people use that, because it's like, it's not self-deporting. You're fleeing state capture. You're fleeing authoritarianism. True. You're fleeing the state trying to arrest you for your freedom of expression.
I even like fleeing even sounds too weak. I think we should be more powerful in the way we speak about our martyrs. Like, she evaded. She... No. Yeah, you guys are still... No. But give her the power in that she did something to protect herself. You know what I mean? She evaded federal, like, pursuit. Like, shit like that, you know? Yeah, retreated for a better foothold. That's good, yeah. She escaped, yeah.
What do you do when you or other people in your community are being targeted? And what is the reality of security culture, evading repression, and what are the different levels that that can take on? This mixture of the normalization of hypersurveillance and the scrubbing away of due process shows us in very clear and material ways that fascism is on the rise, and we need to be clear about what our plan of action is. Fascism and totalitarian states create a permanent state of exception, where rights can be suspended indefinitely. This creates a permanent state of suspicion, where simply existing in certain spaces or expressing dissent or having certain opinions makes you a potential target. And finally, in fascist systems, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is the state's ability to manufacture guilt. I plan to do another full video on security culture for my Direct Action 101 series, but I just kind of want to talk through some of the levels of how we can look at security culture. Watching each other's backs on and offline. Are we sharing information about our friends, people online that we don't want the state to know? Are we checking in with people when they leave our social gatherings, when they leave going out? Are we making sure people make it home? Do we have our location set for our friends? How are we checking in with each other? Using encrypted messaging apps and other systems like Signal. Signal isn't a one-stop kind of encryption messaging software, but it is one of the basic entryways for people to have an app on their phone that allows you to set disappearing messages, that allows you to have end-to-end encryption, that allows you to verify all sorts of conversations and other people that you're chatting to. And there are systems of etiquette that help people like use Signal effectively, although it shouldn't be the only encrypted form of communication that you have in your disposal. If you are meeting to talk about things that are about organizing or future actions, whether they're legal or not so legal, create safe meeting places. Decide a secure location, maybe agree to have a no phones meeting, make sure that wherever you're taking notes isn't able to be found by whoever wants to find it. And maybe
this is true. And I see this at organizing meetings all the time, and I'm too new here to like say anything about it, but like leaving out, and I always sign them, especially as like somebody coming in, but like leaving out like a sign up sheet for like to like get involved with the organization, whether it's at a protest or and like, having everybody put down their info for whoever wants to get it. Like I'm never comfortable with that. And I feel like it should be more personal. Like, if you see somebody new, we should reach out and like somebody should get their info personally. And then like, maybe it gets added to a different database that is secure later, but like leaving it out on a table or something like that. I always am like, ugh. And I see it all the time.
that you can get rid of those notes later on. Using burner phones and anonymous email accounts. This can be really key and vital, especially for folks that are worried about the way that the border security exception allows for U.S. citizens and non-U.S. citizens to be pulled aside for questioning, and based on your status, they can take your phone, go through it, and refuse you entry into the country if you are not a U.S. citizen. So a lot of folks have recommended you having a burner phone, which is a secondary phone that you buy, ideally maybe not as connected to your name, have a certain kind of action, or maybe you're traveling out of the country where you would need to have a phone where more of your information isn't accessible to the state in case they pull you aside and search you. And then also literally just training yourself to be aware of your surroundings. If you're driving around your city and you've been doing a lot of organizing, you feel like things might be a little bit hot, maybe look behind you and check on a semi-regular basis that people aren't following you. Make sure that your doors are locked. Make sure that people aren't tailing you in your car. Maybe recognize what a drone might sound like if it's flying overhead, and be aware of the different modes of surveillance that can happen against people that are identified as leaders or key community figures in a grassroots setting. Recognize and document surveillance patterns. So if you do feel like things are getting hot for your community or you or your neighborhood, document each time you feel or suspect that the state is surveying you. Has strange materials showed up at your place? Is there a weird car parked on your street that switches out every set number of days or every set number of weeks? What are the ways that you can document the ways that surveillance might be happening to you? So then if you need to present it to a lawyer and figure out what your legal course of action is, you have a clear timeline of the things that have happened, as opposed to trying to pull
It's
it
all very good advice
from memory. A simple step that everyone watching this video can do is printing out Know Your Rights cards, putting them at the doors in your house, handing them out to your neighbors, and distributing them to your friends. I think
my wallet's not in here, but
and protect each other.
I got one in my wallet.
I hope that these videos are
a red card.
Maybe just giving you resources, steps, ideas for how you can have conversations with your family, community, friends. In the description, I'm going to put a few resources related to security culture, resources that I'm currently compiling in preparation for my Direct Action 101 video on security culture. And if you have any specific questions around security culture or things that you would want to be explored or answered.
Loving this. Discord and Twitch def haven't logged everything you have ever typed. Yes. If you think that both of those are secure places that you can talk about protests, you're foolish. But I mean, I say that, but then I broadcast my face actively encouraging you all to do things that are against the state that is probably going to be deporting people. So, we all take risks, I guess, sometimes.
Leave it in the comments, because I'm definitely not an expert. I study a good amount of it. But even in my comrade community, there are people that know more. So I definitely want to approach this video from an educational standpoint, from providing as many resources as and helping people know some of the basics so you can begin to protect yourself. As I'm making all this, people are being surveyed. What is this YouTube channel? Like, have y'all thought about that? I'm talking about all these things.
We were just talking about it. Yeah, I have thought about this. Yeah.
Who's watching this other than like-minded people?
True. That's why we have the number. That's how we insulate. The number makes them poop their pants and they can't watch. It's true.
Security culture, y'all. Security culture is the reason I don't talk about everything I've done on this platform. How do you make a security culture video while being security cultured?
Right.
Yeah. That's gonna be my challenge. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. When y'all are watching this, don't say anything in the comments you don't want the state to know. Don't say anything in the comments you don't want to. Some of the things that people are writing in the comments, I'm like, whoa. Okay, we're done. We're done. Is this still recording? Okay, it's still recording.
I head to Yale to talk about Malcolm X and James Baldwin. Oh my God. Fucking killing it. Amazing. Hell yeah. Chat one more time. Let's give it up for Prince. Please go and subscribe for me. Please, please, please. Prince made a short film? What? Okay, wait. I don't want to put any info on here. Premiering on May 1st? Wow, cool. In Columbus. Cool. That's sick. Okay, there's a Thought Slime video that a lot of people have been telling me I should watch. So let's check it out. And I have to pee again, so I'll be right back. But I'll start it off for you guys.
One of the earliest hot takes I made on this channel about 6 years and 70 pounds ago was that one should not debate fascists. People did not like that I said this. They felt that I was being a stinky boy, giving a stinky opinion. The threat, as I perceived it then, was that fascists would manipulate good faith debate in order to gain a platform, that they would weasel their way into the political mainstream by tricking their opponents into giving them free airtime and access to their audience, by being deliberately provocative and sensationalist, that by treating their opinions like something we can debate in good faith, their ideas would become accepted as normal. So, do you see why I was worried about that now? Do you see what I meant about all that stuff I said? Got it in one, I'd say. That's the stuff that happened. Like all burdened with the gift of foresight, I watched helplessly as the world I envisioned came to pass. But I'm not here to assign blame.
Today, anyway.
I'm not here to gloat. I have nothing to gloat about, because despite being correct, as usual, I didn't convince anyone. I was scorned and hated then, just as I am now. So, now what, right? Like, the fascists are everywhere, under every rock, controlling every website, seizing or just being handed power everywhere around the globe. Deplatforming doesn't make sense as a strategy anymore. You can't deny them a platform. They already have all of the platforms. But you still can't treat their murderous ideology and resultant murderous actions as though they are normal, something to be expected or worse, tolerated. They're not normal. They're what social scientists call fucked up Nazi bullshit. So how do we speak back to fascism without giving fascists the attention and legitimacy they want? That's the question I've set for myself today. And make no mistake, it is a small potatoes question in the grand scheme of anti-fascist resistance. The real work is, obviously, community support, civil disobedience, armed resistance, and a bunch of boring care work that nobody thinks about. But I can't help you with that. I'm a moron. But that means I know how morons think. And in the war against morons, I'm your secret weapon, your moron on the inside. You see, I do have a very broad answer to the question I posed, that stuff I just said about how we talk back to fascism without giving them legitimacy. But before I can explain it to you, we have to lay some groundwork. We have to understand how fascists argue and how come they does do it that way. I genuinely don't think most people understand either. And that fact, if not corrected, might kill us all, so it's kind of important. Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely need to understand before we can proceed. They're losers. Each and every one of them, it is a loser movement for losers by losers. Firstly, like literally, fascism inevitably and invariably self-destructs. It is not designed to win, and when it does, by happenstance, it doesn't win for very long. They are always at one another's throats, always backstabbing and plotting against one another by design. They think that drives them all to be stronger through competition, but in actuality, it makes coordination and teamwork virtually impossible. Fascism is doomed to failure because it is entirely staffed and maintained by incompetent buffoons. Nobody else would have anything to do with it. Everyone else either has too great a critical thinking skill or too much self-respect to become a fascist.
I think this person isn't correct. Why? I just got here. I just got here. What do you mean?
To quote Hannah Arendt, totalitarianism in power invariably replaces all first-rate talents, regardless of their sympathies, with those crackpots and fools whose lack of intelligence and creativity is still the best guarantee of their loyalty. Only losers become fascists. This is not a judgment, merely a statement of fact. To become a fascist is merely one symptom of an underlying spiritual loserness.
True.
You really boil it down to its core, it is a movement of woe-is-me crybabies. People with some sort of gripe, who are desperate to find someone else to blame instead of...
Yep, it's always displacing blame. You know, it's always somebody else's fault for everything that's wrong with the world. I have no responsibility.
Doing something about it. People
this is 100% right.
Power and control, and see the...
By the way, does anybody chat? What are Thought Slime's pronouns? What are Thought Slime's pronouns? Do we know?
of that power and control as a humiliating insult.
Okay, cool.
Power or privilege is
bitch made.
They should just have it because
the fuck,
boy, the best.
What the fuck? What kind of? Why you gotta come for them so hard?
Fastest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes. Sometimes.
I'm just talking shit.
They're
chill out.
To be legitimate, just directed towards the wrong target. Maybe they're poor or unemployed, and instead of getting angry at the rich and powerful, the people who are actually always responsible for that, they instead choose to believe it's because of immigrants or secret Jewish conspiracies or DEI or welfare or some shit. Usually,
we always talk about this. There are contradictions that are very apparent and undeniable for a lot of working class people. There is an answer. There is an actual answer to their questions. And the answer is almost always capitalism. Instead of saying capitalism, because not even fucking Bernie and AOC will say capitalism, instead they say oligarchy. But instead of naming the problem and calling it what it is, we provide space for these kind of arguments. For people to blame Jewish people, for people to blame, Muslims, for people to blame undocumented people, for people to blame criminals or terrorists or, whatever outgroup they are willing to attack that day. Trans people. These are the reasons why the society is the way it is. It's not because we're taking you for everything you're worth and you're going to work you until you die and give you nothing in return to build up the coffers of Elon's great grandchild on Mars. We can't actually talk about that shit.
Because the rich and powerful are quite aware that cultivating this myth benefits them, not only keeping people off their back, but granting them an easily manipulated audience willing to do violence on their behalf as a fun little bonus. Mostly, though.
But I do want to say, to fight against the doomerism a little bit, there's an appetite to burn it all down right now more than ever before, and people are trying out fascism. And I think very quickly, a lot of these people, independents, Trump voters, people who don't identify with the Republican Party, people who haven't fully, turned off their brain and swallowed the boot, I think there are people that can change and are still here to burn it down, still understand that our society is deeply broken somewhere. And if we are there, you're charitable. Yeah, but I'm not, it's not even charitable. It's, I believe in us. I believe in us. We have to be, it's not somebody else is going to make the argument. It's you, motherfucker. Take responsibility. Doomerism is you saying, I can't do it. I want you to realize that. You're saying, I can't or I won't. So which is it, Which is it? You won't or you can't? Because I think we can and we will and we have to. Go out. It's you. It's you. You have to fight. You have to win the argument and be convince the person. Is you. It's us. We got to do that. It's not just going to happen. It doesn't just happen. It has to be us doing it. We can change the course of history, but you got to go do it. You got to actually fucking do it, And if you're not, and we're all failing, we've all failed. So what have you done up until now? And what should we do going forward? That's how you should be thinking of it. It's not, fascism is here and we couldn't do anything about it. We failed. We have not organized well enough up until now. We need to change, We need to change. We need to be better. We need to get active and get serious about it.
Mostly, their grievances are entirely frivolous. That they have to accept school integration, or that their grandkids are trans, or that a woman might have sex without being punished for it. The oppression they believe themselves to be facing is simply that their prejudices have fallen out of fashion, that people get mad at them when they're shitty, or that they can no longer out loud proclaim their perceived superiority to some minority group without politely being asked to leave the Olive Garden. All of these guys are so happy to get to say the R word again. That is the sum total of their ambitions.
Bro.
To be cruel and
This comes back to the Asmongold clip we watched earlier. I feel liberated. We can say the R word and pussy. It's a new dawn. He's like, and we're not stopping there. We're going to say all of them. We're going to say them all. It's like, what the fuck?
And thoughtless, and they don't care who they have to kill to get it, because they're weird, fucked up losers with stupid, miserable priorities.
Yes.
Fascism always requires an enemy, an opponent who they can imagine has perverted the natural order in which they are on top. When it's not immediately clear who that enemy might be, they're happy to just make one up or blame some outgroup they already didn't like, often, though not always, Jews. Fascism is an enemy because fascism is a movement of people who are unhappy, but who are also deeply unwilling to investigate why or change anything about themselves or their lifestyle. They are—
Bro, this video should have just been an Asmongold video. Holy fuck. He is reading to filth the entire Asmongold community. And it's 100% true.
Perfect as they are. They always have been. Things used to make sense when they, or people like them, were in control, or they perceived people like that to be in control. So
to me, when you ban a word, you lock it in that meeting instead of letting the word evolve as they do. Okay, in this chat, slurs are banned. I'm not moving on that. But like, who's banning a word? Outside of this, these specific chat rooms, what do you mean? Who's banning a word? Who bans words? If you say words that are slurs that are meant to dehumanize groups of people, nobody's gonna come and get you. People just think you're a piece of shit. And they don't want to spend time with you anymore. They know that you are not a compassionate and loving person. And they think you're a piece of shit. I think that's good. I think that is the truth. You know? If you say slurs, you are not a loving and compassionate person who cares about what other people feel. You know? It's also like, I think every person has been called a slur at some point in their life. Like, if you're a man, you've been called the F slur. You know, even if you're a white boy, you got called the F slur, at least. Has the F word not changed meaning? What are you mean if you're gay, you can say it? Of course. Like, yeah, duh. I think it's fine. We're not talking about reclaiming, though. Not that. People say it to mean someone being annoying, not gay. No, they mean it to be gay. They mean it to be an attack on someone's masculinity. Come on, I got called that shit. I know exactly what they meant. They meant it in the homophobic way as a way to police masculinity and to enforce gender roles. 100%. 100%.
The world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them.
Okay, I was wrong. Okay.
Do you see how the belief—
It's okay to be wrong.
Perfect, and the only reason they're not rightfully heralded as a superior being—
Yeah, there's no reason to want to say those words. That's the thing. If you care about it, like, can you imagine like having a disability of any kind and being called the R slur or hearing the R slur being said? Like, why would you want to make somebody feel like that? Like, I don't know. I just don't. I mean, that would make me feel guilty and sad. You know, I would feel bad for that person, you know, because I have compassion and love for people.
Someone else fucked them over might appeal to like a great big loser, a fantasist without any grasp on reality, a mediocre person without anything to offer the world who can't emotionally process their inadequacies and need to find someone else to blame for why life didn't go their way. It's not that they're not good enough to get what they want. It's because the whole world isn't fair, or rather isn't unfair in their favor anymore, like it should be. Even when they're inarguably successful, rich and powerful beyond most people's wildest dreams, hypothetically, off the top of my head, I don't know, the richest man in the world, they just have such loser energy. They're bitter, unhappy, completely preoccupied with petty little grievances, no matter how much wealth, power, and prestige they manage to accrue.
I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk. running around on stage with a Tesla stock price where the stock price had gone in half.
Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna shit your pants? Maybe piss a little? Aww. Are you gonna cry? Oh, I see a little jerk. Oh, you poor little thing. You poor little thing. He was mean to you. Oh. Oh, poor little baby. Poor little Elon. Oh.
And he was overjoyed. But what an evil thing to do.
They can't help it. They are losers. It is baked in. They can't change it. And it's critical that we understand this. I'm not saying this just to mock them. That's a side benefit. It's not hard to mock them. Look at them. It's very frustrating to argue with them. You might have noticed this because you'll never beat them on effort. You have other things to do. You have to go to work, take care of your loved ones, enjoy your hobbies, and have sex. But they have nothing else. This is it for them. This is all they have. Even if it seems like their life should be fulfilling, they make themselves into a miserable loser on purpose, it seems. Fascist movements, formal or otherwise, operate much like cults. When one joins them, they are at first overwhelmed with the appearance of validation and support. This is called love bombing, and is meant to endear you to them, to become dependent on them to meet your emotional needs. Then, that validation and support is gradually withheld in order to pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world. They drive away anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. Take a look at Jeepers Creepers Rowling. Once a respected author of derivative children's books, she was radicalized further and further.
There's no love bombing on the left. Yeah, that's kind of true. I'm like, yeah, that's true. It is like to join a leftist organization, you have to be pretty you have to follow up. you gotta put in the work. You gotta you gotta get there. Nobody's gonna be thanking you. I mean, that's not true. It's not like people are mean or anything. People are very welcoming. That's not true. People are welcoming, but it's yeah, it's not a love bomb. I'll say that. We could be better.
Each time she shared a hateful view, everybody who was already brain-fucked was angry about it, and only the people who shared her prejudices ever validated her. That drove her to become more and more extreme in those prejudices to seek their validation. And so, a fascist or potential fascist cannot help but become angrier and more extreme over time. It's the only way to participate, because if you're not constantly signaling support for the cause in new, novel ways, that validation stops flowing.
Oh, hell yeah, Maurish. I'm glad to hear that. Actually, I'm glad to hear that.
They start questioning your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant trying to make them look bad. Meanwhile, anyone who could otherwise talk sense to you requires that you accept you've been an enormous piece of shit. And that feels bad to do. It feels better to stick with the people who are telling you that you're cool actually, and strong and brave, and the bestest, most special type of person. Losers don't do difficult things. They take the easy way out. Everything becomes filtered through this lens. Every action, every statement, every thought becomes an opportunity to signal their support for the cause.
Fucking pronouns!
Everything becomes part of this eternal struggle, a symptom of the rot at the core of society that they are meant to oppose, a chance for them to be visibly, loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life-or-death battle against their perceived enemy forces. You might think you're having a silly little argument about Star Wars or comic books or...
The left does this too sometimes. I'm gonna say it. The left does this too sometimes. They do.
But to them,
they assign morality to consumption in ways that are unproductive. It happens. I've seen it. It happens.
The battleground upon which the future of our entire culture, nay, humanity, hinges. Which, of course, makes them very important. That makes their posts very important. It's not a waste of time, actually, Dad. They're fighting to save humanity from the bad guys by making posts, by posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time as is required because they have convinced themselves that the whole world is at stake, and they have...
I drive a hybrid. What are you doing to save the world? I didn't play Harry Potter. Look at me.
Nothing but time. This totalizing attitude also justifies any measures they take against you, because if you're with the people trying to
yeah,
there's nothing that's too bad.
But that's what I mean, though. Come on, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, I don't know. I get it. I didn't have any interest in the game either. I loved Harry Potter as a kid, but I've lost interest in the property because J.K. Rowling's a fucking despicable person. I didn't really want to play the game. It wasn't tempting to me, but I also am like, I thought it was a little silly when people were going really, really hard. I understand why. Like, I get it. I know J.K. Rowling is a piece of shit, but like, if you want to play the game, like, it's a fucking video game. But Ye still makes bangers? Geej, dude. What? He doesn't. This isn't even about the politics. Kanye's music sucks. I'm a massive Kanye stan, bro. Listen, I'm the person. Dude, Vultures was ass. This is my worst take. Raylan knows. This is my worst take. It is my worst take. I love Kanye's music a lot, and his music fucking sucks now. I even like Donda. I like Donda a lot, okay? I think Donda is a very good album. Moon is incredible. I think Moon is a fucking banger, dude. I'm losing people. I get it. Now, dude, the new stuff is so fucking bad. It's so unbelievably bad.
Up to and including murder and torture.
Denims was right. Wait, what?
And they would murder and torture you. They do it right now, even, gleefully. For us, they're also cowards. They have to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about them. They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's...
Kids See Ghosts? Fucking masterpiece, bro. What, are you kidding me? Oh, the worst chatters use a little W. That was Denim's theory, yeah.
Critical, we never allow them to get to that point. There should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit. Until that time comes,
we disavow that.
To just pester their enemies.
We disavow that. It's better, you can't punch them like that. When we see that, we give the finger whack. Tisk tisk, you can't do that. Now you're just as bad. You're actually you're the fascist. You have caught the fascism by punching the Nazi. Don't you understand?
Incessantly try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage. They are relentlessly tedious. They will soak up as much of your time and energy as you can provide them with, and more. There's no getting ahead of them on this without yourself.
Wait, you missed the part where you called for armed resistance? Okay, yeah, let me pay attention more.
They're also cowards. They
True.
have to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about them. They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point. There should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit. Until that time comes, they're content to just pester their enemies incessantly, try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage. They are relentlessly tedious. They will soak up as much of your time and energy.
To that, I say, I disagree. We can vote them away, and the police will protect us. The Constitution and the police will all protect us, and we don't need to protect ourselves.
And more. There's no getting ahead of them on this without yourself becoming just as miserable as they are. And that's what they want.
I switched through every scene.
Serious version of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. Now, of course, Morrison is discussing racism, and while all racism is fascist in character, not all racists are explicit ideological fascists. By no means do I want to reduce racism, an extremely complex confluence of behaviors, to something that only Nazis do. I bring this quote up because the phenomenon Morrison is relating here also applies to fascism more broadly. Fascists delight in wasting your time. It suits their purposes to do so because their purposes are just to make you suffer. So you can't ever expect them to be reasonable, ever. They will die on every hill. They will argue about every little point of minutia forever. They will deny anything you say.
Because facts don't matter to fascists. It's true. They will say whatever they can to achieve their goal and to get power and to get more power and to do their mission, which is to establish an ethno-state and, you know, oppress minority folks.
Say, no matter how absurd it seems to do so, they will assume the counterposition to every position you offer, play devil's advocate about everything, muddy the waters on every single fact, no matter how inconsequential or self-evident it may be. They will argue that, no, Elon Musk didn't throw up a Roman salute. You can fucking see him do it. And they will look you right in the eye and they will say, no, he didn't. He did not do that. They'll just deny it pointlessly. Why bother? We can see him doing it, guys. What are you talking about? They can't possibly mean it. Not even.
Don't believe those lying eyes, you know? Don't believe your lying eyes. I know we have a video recorded. You can watch it at any moment, but people actually will die on this. They will say, no, he didn't do it.
They are lying.
It's just wild that they actually do get to create reality. Like, they get to create reality. They get to make the world that we live in. You know, the encampments were very disciplined and focused on, like, having Jewish people in leadership positions across the country. It's an anti-Semitic, like, you know, threat to national security that people are getting deported from. You know, it's just they get to make the whole reality. We watched Elon fucking Sig Heil. And no, he didn't. Again, nuh-uh.
Fascist lie. And this is where most people get it wrong. Because they do, obviously. They lie, yes. They also believe their lies, sort of. Even when they know they're lying, they believe their lies. Not because they're dumb, though, you know, but for a far more insidious reason. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that fascists view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking a falsehood isn't necessarily lying. A statement can not reflect reality, but still be true to a fascist. When most people think of truth, we view it as more or less like that which accords.
This is also why, like, I wish people would actually read 1984. It's not a great book, like, narratively, but the concepts in it are actually good, and, like, it's all about this aspect of fascism. And you will actually, like, get a lot out of it. If you actually read the book and not just, like, treat it as a meme. It's actually, like, a really good book about this.
With reality. Something is true if it matches what we see or experience or can measure. I'm talking in very broad strokes.
Orwell constantly popped off.
Like, we can't measure that you love your dog, for instance, but nonetheless, I accept it as true. Entire college courses could be taught on the philosophy of what is and is not truth, but, you know, more or less, that's how we mean it when we use the word day to day, right? Fascists, like all authoritarians, do not view truth remotely like this. To their mind, truth...
Come on, Brett, we're socialists. We talk about reading. We don't actually read. Fuck you, dude. I read. My copy of freaking Capital. See how the spine is worn down only halfway through? That's how you know it's real, okay? I do have a fake. It's not fake, okay? It's chapter 11. I got 400 pages in, all right? That's a thick bitch. Yeah, I got 400 pages in, dude. It's a 1,000-page book. It's 1,200 pages. It's a 1,200-page book. This is the last chapter I was at in 416. Like, you can see it's underlined. I was reading it with a pen, fucking studying that shit.
Truth is not dictated by reality. It's actually the opposite. It works the other way. Reality is dictated by their truth. Truth, or rather their idea.
But no, I couldn't get past 400, dude. It gets like hard into it, like economic theory. And it was hard. Also, the class I took on Marxism only lasted until chapter 7, I think.
The idea of truth is the foundation from which reality is built, and therefore, nothing within reality could be invoked to contradict their truth. Reality is lesser. Reality is always changing. It's not dependable.
Mao Zedong, fuck reading and anyone who does it. The only good thing Kanye has said, the only good funny tweet that he's done in the last years is fuck reading and everyone who does it.
Reality is the earthly and mundane, while their truth is eternal, a higher power. It is transcendent. It is of God. A fascist can view a statement as true even when acknowledging that it's also an outright falsehood. And that seems like a contradiction to you and I. Truth and falsehood are mutually exclusive, but to a fascist, the falsity is merely base reality, which, remember...
Yeah, Kanye tweeted that, yeah.
Truth transcends material reality. Truth is eternal and unchanging and not subject to reappraisal simply because reality contradicts it. That's why J.D. Vance can say with a straight face that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, even if he concedes, of course, that it didn't actually happen. It's true, but that doesn't mean it happened. This is called the mythic truth, the truth which transcends reality. What that mythic truth represents is truer than true. The mythic truth simply is. It need not be justified. It need not be proven. It cannot be falsified. It cannot be questioned. It is fixed, unchanging. It has always been thus, and so it will always be thus. The mythic truth in the minds of a fascist has been discovered over and over throughout history, embraced, leading to all civilizations of the past, and then suppressed, leading to those civilizations' downfall. Fascism is syncretic. It takes ideas and concepts from multiple sources and tries to synthesize them into a broad, sweeping set of principles that they can apply backwards in time. To question the mythic truth is therefore in their...
Well, Charlie, thank you for the gifted sub. By the way, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, if you like this space, if you want this community to keep happening, the best thing you can do is subscribe for $5.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It helps me a lot. It helps me to keep the lights on in here and, you know, keep delivering this good content. So please consider subscribing. Girlcockx.com. I don't think I'm going to be clicking on that.
Their minds not simply a matter of disagreement, but to defy the will of nature, to stand in opposition to what they see as the animating force of the universe, to invite the fall of civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism. So anything which contradicts the mythic truth is fundamentally evil and must be rejected on that basis and that basis alone. When evidence contradicts the mythic truth, the evidence is lying. You don't need to know how it's lying, what about it is incorrect, or if anything about it is incorrect. You simply know the evidence must be wrong because it can't be correct and contradict the mythic truth. When the mythic truth is shown to be contradictory or self-defeating, they will insist, without a shred of irony, that logic itself is therefore lying. They won't bother trying to explain away the contradictions because it is an act of service to the mythic truth, the highest good, to simply accept it on faith, particularly when reason would dictate otherwise. If anything which contradicts the mythic truth is evil, then dismissing it is an act of good. So by willfully ignoring evidence or arguments against the mythic truth, they show their devotion to it. Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their way into accepting evidence against their position as further reason to accept that position. Their truth is so strong that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect, it's still true. And let me say that again for emphasis. Evidence against a fascist position strengthens the fascist's belief in that position. I'll give you an example of this that might be familiar to you. Fascists will often say that there are only two genders. Everyone is either male or female. You're born that way and there's no changing it and there's nothing else one can be. Now, I'm not saying that if you believe there are only two genders, you're a fascist. You might just be a stupid asshole, but it is a position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for. It is also a position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit, like get a grip. There's no evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified. How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right or wrong? Are the millions of gender nonconforming people all throughout history lying, all willing to subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction?
Well, it's even, I think a lot of this is also, can also be explained by like a misunderstanding of like sex and gender. But even that is a misunderstanding. Sex, even biological, chromosomal, like, you know, that all the stupid, like irrelevant shit to this conversation almost 90% of the time that they are talking about is not ever as cut and dry as they think. Intersex people are incredibly common in terms of like, you know, large populations. Yeah, like it's there is every variance in between the two exist as people. Like genetics are not a very like precise science, or like, you know, like it's not gonna work out the same every single time with all of the variables exactly the same. It's the very, yeah. It's kind of like random shit happening all the time. It feels like stuff goes wrong for seemingly no reason, you know?
Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if so, what evidence do we accept in its place? Because to my knowledge, none of these dipshits has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is...
Pre-watch. That's why I paused it, because if I didn't, our voices would sync up, and then that would be weird for everybody.
Both obviously incorrect, and also completely irrelevant.
I said both of those words. Did I not literally say both of those words?
Gender is not sex. I think we've been pretty clear on that, my guys. Not only are you dead-ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if you happen to be correct. Belief in a bioessentialist gender binary is absurd, it's contradictory, and dumb. It is obvious and self-evident that some people's idea of themselves do not align with the gender they were assigned at birth. How then do fascists arrive at this conclusion? Why do they feel so strongly about it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by evidence against it? Why care at all, for that matter? And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yes, I'm not a child. I understand that. But why, though? Because if you were to ask them, they would say that their hatred of trans people is rooted in this belief, which of course they only believe because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular? I mean, which came first, the adult human chicken or the large gamete cell? The real reason they believe this, of course, is that fascists, among other assholes, believe men and women exist in strict natural hierarchy. Everyone does, but especially men and women. Anything which might complicate that dynamic is therefore automatically untrue. Men and women must be immutably and fundamentally separate categories if we are to believe one is superior to the other. If the differences between men and women are murkier than they imagine, socially constructed, or worse, subjective, then that contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which contradicts their perfect...
This is true. I think there's also like a deeper, like emotional argument that like kind of just, or like explains like transphobia, where people, we talked about this, I think last night or maybe 2 nights. No, I think it was like 2 nights ago, where not only is there like the weirdness of like, you know, oh, there's a, you know, trans woman with like a really hot girl with a cock, kind of makes me like feel like, is that gay or something? And they like fucking jerk off to the porn like too much, and they hate themselves for it, and there's a lot of shame involved. But it's also their own like fucking, no, I know that it's not gay, it's their own fucking weird thought process about it, right? Like they're not okay with themselves in that way. That's what it is. But it's also, the thing about it also is that seeing people not existing within the very strict constrictions that men have put themselves in, especially men, but also women, that if you have worked so hard to fit inside of the box that is gender, and you're, you know, paying that price to be in that box and holding yourself back in ways that doesn't feel natural. And like, you know, you've been punished and whipped into the box your whole life through like social slights and bullying and shit like that. You've paid the price, and somebody else is breaking out of the box and doing it proudly. That like pisses them off. That makes them feel the hierarchy is a big part of it as well. But I think it just makes people uncomfortable with what they are denying themselves, you know? And maybe it's like a little bit like I'm psychoanalyzing what is a guttural feeling, but I think it's true.
Eternal truth can simply be dismissed on that basis. It is not necessary to explain why or investigate further. To do so would be a sign of disloyalty. Now sure, they might offer some specious evidence for their case to you. They might make some kind of leap of logic to justify this belief to you, because they know that you value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe. If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can, it doesn't matter. It was never required for them to believe it in the first place. They will just invent another reasoning. Forever. They'll say you can tell because of genitals, and you point out that doesn't make any sense. There's all kinds of genitals. And they say, okay, well, it's the skeletons. You can tell from the skeletons that there's only boys and girls. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense. And they say, okay, it's chromosomes. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense, and so on forever.
Right.
Kind of like how Toni Morrison described how they just make up the same kind of excuses to justify white supremacy, saying black people's skulls are the wrong shape, or that black people don't make music. It is trivially and obviously wrong. It is nonsense presented entirely to waste your time. It's not the same thing, of course. These groups have different experiences, particularly those who fall into both groups, but it follows the same pattern. When you do manage to do a complete circuit and exhaust all of the bullshit they have prepared, they will always say some variation of the following. Well, it's just the truth, deal with it. Because of course they know what's true already. They need not explain why, they need not justify it, it simply is so. You cannot reason them away from this position, because their positions are above reason, above evidence, above earthly logic. Furthermore, by an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true will always be whatever's most useful for their political project. Because think about it, right? In their mind, they're battling for the future of civilization, and that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away whatever it takes to accomplish your goals. Would you want to believe that the evidence were stacked against what you saw as the only way to save civilization? And while, of course, they believe that their truth is perfect, unchanging, and eternal, they are all too happy to edit it on the fly when it suits their purposes, to will reality to bend to their whims by changing what is and has always been unerringly true. They don't give a shit if this appears inconsistent to you. They will never acknowledge the consistency, and for all intents and purposes, might not even be able to perceive it. Enemies,
even like,
villains,
they don't care.
Trusted allies whose moral character.
It is kind of like, I mean, this is a very, very well made video. But it is like a very verbose way of saying, like, they just don't care about facts. Facts won't change their mind. There's very little reason to engage with them. However, I think where you draw the line and how, you know, when they're, I think that the threat of this kind of like idea, even though it is a 100% valid, 100% true, it's like assigning this to the followers, because I still think a lot of MAGA people are really reachable by the left right now, and in some ways, I would be like, I would be like more comfortable or like more willing to organize MAGA than like liberals. Yeah, I kind of feel the opposite, Sweaty. I feel like liberals are actually like almost like more entrenched, and I feel like MAGA, like people who voted for Trump are in a different space where they're like fed up with things and they actually want to do something really different. Democrats and liberals are fine with the status quo, which I think is almost worse. You know what I mean? I'm a liberal and I didn't vote for Trump. Well, what do you mean you're a liberal? Like, liberals want to keep things the same, and I'm very much against that. Like, they want to go back to Joe Biden and like funding genocide. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, I would rather, like, I think you can work with, I want to burn this system down. And that's why I voted for Trump. I don't know how I can work with liberals, you know? I actually don't. I feel further disconnected from liberals. And not because I'm aligned with MAGA. I'm obviously not. But when I talk to Republican voters, I feel like I can work with what they're giving me a little bit better than I can with, like, somebody who's like a diehard, like, Harris fan. Hassan said inside a liberal, there's either a confused leftist or a confused fascist. That's low-key so true. That's so true. MAGA wants to blow the system up for diametrically opposed reasons. Yes, but those reasons can be, I think those reasons can change, and there's not people who are giving them the story that explains their material conditions from a leftist or anti-capitalist perspective. Like, they genuinely are not exposed to those ideas. And so I think in the vacuum of that, fascism operates really well. It comes in and it gives them reasons for why their lives fucking suck. You know, and obviously they're bigoted and like fucked up reasons that are based in identity and shit. We're talking about knuckle dragging chuds? Dude, I mean, what do you mean, bro? Like, okay, it's fun to like call them knuckle dragging chuds and shit, but like, these are like workers. Like, you know, if you want to build a union, you're probably going to have people in there who voted Trump. I think they're unreachable. They're not. They're really not. They're very much not. Trust me when I say, like, I literally was in Kansas City, Missouri last week outside of election poll in a very rich white neighborhood. Outside of an election poll, convincing people to vote no on funding a jail. On abolitionist framework, on an abolitionist point of view. And I'm not bullshitting you. I had like an 80% success rate. I had like a dozen people who were like, because you're a cis white dude. Yes, okay, yeah, that's why I think it's my responsibility to do that work. Yes, I agree. But also the organization I was doing it with is full of people of color who were doing the same thing at different parts of the city. You know, yeah, they put me there because strategically, it's called organizing. You know, I'm just saying, I think people can be reached, and they're like, a lot of these arguments are winnable, and nobody is making the argument for abolition. Nobody is making the argument for anti-capitalism. Nobody is making those arguments to them. You know, they're not. And so they don't have that. They don't have the opportunity to say no to that outside of just like Red Scare immediately shutting off their brain to it. Giving them, meeting them where they are, coming to them and genuinely trying to reach them, I think is going to be more successful than you would assume. I'm serious. People see the contradictions. Nobody fucking likes Elon. And some people are fascists, and they're not savable. Of course, there are going to be some people, but I don't know. I just think a lot of them you can reach. I really do, and I think it's our jobs to reach them. Like, we should be reaching them, especially if you're a white dude. Like, yeah, fucking talk to your folks, man.
Character has always been above reproach. Positions shift and waver depending on what is expedient in the moment.
Leave it the way it is. There have been very few complaints.
I thought we gave Chank shit for saying what you're saying, though. That's why I disagree. How is what Chank is saying what I'm saying? I'm saying we need to organize these people into socialist action. Chank is like, I can work with you on deportations if you audit the Pentagon. I'm not saying we compromise with fascists. I'm saying we rip people away from that ideology towards working class struggle. These are very different things. Like, what?
It's the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate.
And just look how mad you are. Look how upset you got that I chose to believe a bad, wrong thing on purpose. My commitment to believing this bad, wrong thing proves how obvious and true it must be, because otherwise there'd be no reason for me to reject the weight of evidence. For me to do that demonstrates how true what I'm saying must be. And I have been rewarded for my faith with what I desire most, which is to upset you, to waste.
Yeah, Mao.
So, if you accept the two premises I have presented to you here, that one, fascists love to waste your time because they're losers with...
We should wait. If you think anybody's saying meet them where they're at, this is like organizer 101. You will never ever, like, this is why you don't, if you're canvassing, you don't knock on a door and say, "Excuse me, sir, have you heard about the People's Rebellion? We are organizing a working class struggle to liberate the proletariat from the throes of the bourgeoisie." No, you meet them where they are. Yes. That is like core organizing. That is core organizing. Yeah, exactly. Maurish, like, yeah, talk to voters. Like, I'm telling you, get involved in organizing and you get it. Like, just talk to people. You have to be able to just talk to people. I'm telling you, like, literally. I talked to probably like 600 people. Every single person that walked by, I was like, "Hi, I'm here. I would really like for you to vote no on this bill, to build a new jail." Like, I got the whole fucking script. I was doing it every day. You got to do it. Just talk. You're not looking at a person and being like, "That's a MAGA person. They're a knuckle dragging chud." You're just looking at a fucking person who opens a door and trying to convince them to your side, you know? You're at a bar and you're just having a conversation with a person in front of you. You know, you would never be like knuckle dragging chud to somebody that you haven't talked to. You need to have the conversations and meet them where they are. I'm not saying you need to compromise on your opinions. I don't think you should give an inch to these people. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I think you can advocate and tell them your perspective. And a lot of people, more people than you think, would agree with you. You know? They would agree with you. They would say, "I think you're right." And I've never heard anybody talk like this. This is not an opinion I've been exposed to. You know? That doesn't sound like anything the Democrats are saying. Or the Republicans. What the fuck? Like, who? You're going to blow their minds. Like, that's how it happens, you know? Can you please explain what meet them where they are at means? It means you don't fucking come to them and just like start spouting out whatever bullshit that is relevant to your life. You go to them and say, what are your problems? And how can I relate my politics to your problems? How can I help you to understand the reasons why you are experiencing what you are going through? You're meeting them and their problems and helping them to deal with it. You're not coming in with your thing that you want to get, you know, like accomplished. You're actually going and trying to like reach a person. This is like core tenets to organizing. You want to help people, you know? Okay, so normal comma. I don't know. I get confused when people say that as if we should let off the gas. Yeah, no, I don't think it's letting off the gas at all. I don't think you should compromise on your perspectives. You should be firm and just like firmly say what you believe and be calm and like, yeah. You just be like, "No, I don't think that way," you know? And here's why. Some people also get angry and it's like nice to just be like, "Hey, I'm not angry. You can calm down." Like, you don't need to be bringing that energy. Especially now you're like fucking, you guys have the whole, you won, you know? Why is it spelled, what is that word? I've never seen that word.
With infinite time on their hands, and two, that the fascist construction of truth is fundamentally irrational and therefore immune to rational criticism, do you see why it is a bad idea to argue with them on their terms? Do you get it now? Do you see how they've already decided what they believe, and their only goal is to distract and frustrate you forever? How if their whole goal is to waste your time with bad faith nonsense to deliberately frustrate and confuse you, how you don't need to let them do that. But
this is also true too.
Bloody little soft.
And you can know the difference also. You know when a conversation is productive and when it's not. You know, like some people are not, you cannot be saved. This is true. Some people, it's not the right time. You're not, you know what I mean? You're not the right person, whatever it is. Some cases are just, you got to cut the fucking cord and leave. Yeah, exactly, Sweaty. Right. But I do think some are reachable. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not that guy. Exactly. Whatever it is.
I hear you say out loud, word for word, even though you're on the bus. One doesn't argue with fascists in order to convince the fascist. They argue with fascists.
I don't even know who Sam Harris is, Luna.
Be swayed towards fascism. First of all, it's thought slime. I don't know how you got that wrong. It's written all over the... Secondly, that's also a bad idea. I made a part of the video about that for you, and I'm going to play that now. Let me know if you like it. Comment below if you liked this part of the video. Imagine, if you will, you are watching a debate between two theoretical physicists.
I knew you were going to say
Sally
that.
Pringles is arguing for the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics, and Dr. Pepsi Davidson is arguing for the many worlds hypothesis. By the end of the debate, 53% of the crowd of 250 people side with Dr. Pepsi Davidson. Now, you're not a theoretical physicist. Don't pretend you are. You don't understand most of the arguments being made, and you have to take a lot for granted. And if you happen to be a theoretical physicist, okay. Pretend I'm using...
Wait, what did you say? Okay, hold on. Chatter is mad. You said you would rather organize with the folks who want me exterminated than the people who don't understand economics? Man, I don't know why. Why would you take it in such bad faith? Like, you understand that, like, not everybody who voted for, like, some people are just fucking stupid and don't follow politics and don't, like, yeah, and they're a little bit racist, but they can change. And it's actually, like, our job to change them. You get that, right? Yeah, like, people understand that their bosses and their landlords are the people who actually have power over their lives. Everyone understands that. Read my chats, bro. I did. What do you... I just had it up. What? I read this one when you said it. Like what? What of it?
Using a different example, like, what the fuck? You can imagine shit in 13 dimensions, but I gotta simplify my analogies for you. Fuck off, physicists! The person who convinces you won't necessarily be the person who is correct, and if by chance they are, you're really not in a position to determine that to be the case. Real physicists...
Yeah, exactly, Ghosty.
...correct yet. The person who convinces you will be whomever is more persuasive, for whatever reason. Maybe one is the more confident public speaker. Maybe you just got dumped in Copenhagen. Maybe Dr. Pringles is your dad's new wife. You come away with your own preconception about which of these two things is true, and at best realize that there's a robust debate for both sides. This is something for other people to decide, something you must keep an open mind about. Okay, now... Imagine you did that 1,000 times a day, whether you wanted to or not. Imagine if every single thing you read, every single TV show you watched, everything about your personality and identity were the subject of an unending and indecipherable debate happening everywhere all the time that you were forced to observe and participate in, whether you wanted to or not. That's just a funny joke I'm making. You don't need to imagine that because that's just what life is like now. Did you hear? Did you hear Captain Crunch is woke? People who were ticklish are back on their bullshit. Snakes, the animal, went on Joe Rogan and said that they think the Civil Rights Act went too far? Why does a snake even care about that? Why do we care what snakes think about that? Snakes have no history of racism. None of us is free to investigate every fucking discourse that pops up in their lives. There is not enough time in the day. Eventually, you'll have to sleep. You can't spend all of your time researching weird internet bullshit and arguing with bad faith imbeciles all day. You're a contributing member of society, not some sort of YouTube video essayist. My life's work has no value.
Also, I just want to say, Scott, liberals want the same. Like, what are we talking about? As if, like, liberals or Kamala voters, like, You're talking as if like they openly defended a genocide and plugged their ears when we protested outside of the DNC. Like, liberals are raging transphobes by action. Yes.
Liberals are aging transphobes by action.
Yes. Like, yeah. Thank you for the sub.
Go to patreon.com/thoughtslime. Most people see an argument happening. They see two people who seem equally passionate about their positions, and unless they have some reason to be invested in the discussion, they just go on with their day, because what else are you gonna do? Nobody is gonna come to an informed opinion about all of the shit blasted into their brain meat every second of every day. You pick a few things that are important or that interest you, and you get informed about those, at best, and most people don't even do that. For the rest, whether or not we like to admit it, we tend to outsource our critical thinking to the crowd. We base our view of truth on whatever people are saying at the moment, and if enough people say something, it seems credible to us, because we're social animals. Why would so many people say something if there weren't some truth to it, if there weren't some good reason to believe it? This is a cognitive bias that fascists love to exploit, because the main resource they have is a bunch of people willing to talk endlessly. Just talk and talk and talk forever without stopping. They don't care how long it takes to talk over you. They have all the time in the world.
Chat, will you stop? This energy is unnecessary. Quit. We're not doing a struggle session about somebody's chat in another chatter's or another streamer's fucking chat. Fucking quit.
Don't care if anything they're saying is true. To them, truth is just whatever they need it to be. They don't care how bad it makes them look because they already look as bad as one can. Every time someone argues with a fascist in good faith, anyone watching who isn't inclined to look into the matter further comes away thinking, I guess that's a thing people are talking about now. The more arguments they hear about it, the more normal it all becomes, and the more they subconsciously start to think, well, there's got to be something to what they're saying, right? By virtue of the fact that it is being discussed, it must therefore be worth discussing. You see, the danger here isn't that a fascist might be more persuasive than their opponent. I guess that's also a danger, but that's rarely the case because they're stinky losers with Dumbo ideas. They're easy to make look foolish because they're fools. The big danger is that most people will forget the contents of the argument entirely, of any argument, and simply remember that an argument took place, that two people argued this. And
what would be the mosh pit equivalent of a chat? This one right now. I don't know why. Everybody's on edge, dude. I can feel it.
They were saying, and how should I know which of them is correct? Do you think they will remember any information or statistics cited in your argument?
It's my fault. I'm sorry. It literally isn't, though. You were fine. You were fine, and like other people in chat have been way worse. And people were like mean to them, but it wasn't like, just chill out. I don't know who the fuck Sam Hyde is. I don't care. We judge them on their actions in here, all right? And they're being fine. Let me moderate the chat, okay?
If you do, how many people sided with Dr. Pepsi Darlington in my quantum physics?
Or take it into fucking DMs or some shit.
Minutes ago, do you remember?
I don't care.
0%. There was no Dr. Pepsi Darlington. That's a ridiculous name that I just made up. The physicist was named Dr. Pepsi Davidson, who 53% of the crowd of 250 people sided with. And even if you caught on to my genius ruse, do you...
Wait, I really don't know who Sam Harris is. I thought you guys were talking about Sam Hyde. I really don't know, and I really don't care now. Now that I know it's not Sam Hyde, I really don't care. Please stop. Stop talking about it. Move on.
You still think you'll remember that name and that statistic a week from now, a month from now, a decade from now, long after I've been executed by the state? And if you did remember the contents of the argument, aren't you just as likely to remember lies and disinformation as the truth? Lies and disinformation which are much more plentiful because there's really only one truth and you can make up as many lies as you want? Dr. Pepsi Davidson doesn't even exist. Remember, to them, it is absurd to base one's view of truth on reality. That's what weak people without convictions do. If you need evidence for your position, you're too soft. You're not a useful ally, because the minute reality contradicts your position, which it might do at any moment because it's always changing, you'll abandon it. Why, therefore, would they ever engage in good faith argumentation? What could they gain from that? It is us, it is their enemy who takes advantage of evidence and logic. It is incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both, to make the process of finding or applying either so difficult and tedious that people stop relying on them entirely. Once we can no longer rely on evidence, logic, reason, then their irrational arguments are suddenly on an equal footing with everyone else's. Because when we can't tell the difference between information and disinformation, information ceases to have any power. You might notice that Elon Musk has a real hate boner for Wikipedia. You might notice that Trump really hates the Department of Education. This is why fascists ban books, they scrub data, and spread lies. Access to information only ever hurts their position. It is their prerogative.
Ginny, there's no way that's a real person. Wink Martindale? Is that a... You guys are just goofing on me because I don't know who people are.
To make sure people remain ignorant. Only an ignorant person would believe them. So they don't argue to convince...
There's no way. Why would I care about this? Why would I care about this?
People to inform or even misinform. If they do, that's a bonus. They argue to obstruct. It's crucial that you understand this, right? They argue not just to win the argument, but to delegitimize the process by which one might investigate truth, to make it impossible to tell which positions are and are not supported by evidence. They want to confuse, not educate. They cannot lose an argument because their strategy was never to win the argument. The strategy was merely to have an argument. That's why it's really fucking frustrating to see.
That's okay. You guys can let it out.
As though that matters.
It's okay. I know there's a lot of fucking tension in the world right now. I feel you. Just you can let it out. Everybody just scream. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 9, 0, 7, 1. Scream. Okay, let it out. Get it out of your system. Get it out. There you go. There you go. Okay. Feel better now? You feel better now?
Some great...
And now lock in. This is a really good video, and you guys are freaking missing the conversation. This is a very good video. We were having good conversation, okay? Let's bring it back, all right? Bring it back in. We were having good conversation. We were challenging ourselves and others in important and meaningful ways. Okay. We were discussing the plans for the future. Let's bring it back in. All right.
Victory to be more persuasive than the guy who thinks being gay is a form of witchcraft? What a genius you must be to defeat that intellectual titan. They don't care. They're not trying to win an argument. In fact, I'm not sure it would be as useful for them if they did, because they want the argument to happen forever. If they won and convinced us, everybody would stop talking about it. They want to keep the question open to maintain the pretense that this is a matter of legitimate...
I did, Cheesy Bread. Yeah, I did. I was like, what is this thing? That's so cool. I used it to hold the screws and stuff. I think it's on the kitchen table.
Persuasive arguments to support either position, that their arbitrary, frivolous conclusions should be treated with the same weight as everyone else's, and in so doing...
I believe you, Luna. I don't care. Why did you bring it up again?
...valid position that others hold.
Put your weed in there.
It requires a response. It requires your time. It must be debunked
True.
Again and again for as long as they can pretend to believe it. You must waste your time. And this sounds pretty bleak, I know. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this makes fascist messaging just unbeatable. And I don't think it is. I think it's actually spectacularly easy to beat.
It is.
None of what I'm saying precludes educating people and correcting fascist misinformation. The only time they are granted...
It is actually really easy to beat, but the problem is that liberals are not willing to make the arguments that beat them. That is the biggest problem that we face. It's not that that it's just like a hard thing to argue against. It isn't. I don't think it is. It's just that we have to make the argument and introduce people to these concepts for the very first time. Red Cyber Dragon 29, thank you for the raid. And we're fighting an uphill battle, and we're fighting a bunch of disinformation, and they have all the power and all of the means of dissemination. Except they don't have this Twitch broadcast. So I can say whatever I want. And until Jeff Bezos cuts the cord, I'm going to keep doing so. So make sure you subscribe for $5.99 or for free so that I can keep doing this. It helps me. Please support the stream.
The advantage I'm discussing here is when they are allowed to participate in that process. By all means, feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not present. That is both good
and then you move to Rumble? I already moved to Rumble. My Rumble account is fucking popping off. What do you mean?
Sometimes they are present. Sometimes fascists are around, and that's a problem we have to deal with. How do we defeat fascist messaging in person, face to face? And again, I think the answer is actually pretty simple, much simpler and easier than you might expect. There's a cost to be paid, of course, one that we need to be more comfortable paying, but we can always easily beat them, so long as we manage our expectations and are realistic about what we can achieve. Defeating fascist talking points is actually almost impossible to fuck up. Because you can defeat any fascist argument with one simple phrase. It always applies. Shut up, you're being an asshole. That's it. That's all you need to say. And here's why this works. While not everyone can articulate why, everyone can intuitively tell that these people are weird freaks. They're hateful, they're destructive, but most importantly for our purposes, deeply, deeply unlikable. And they always will be. They can't do nothing about it. Fascists are haters. As discussed, they must always have an enemy, and everything they say and do is designed to destroy that enemy. And so everything they say and do is always, unavoidably, either an insult or a direct threat to someone.
This is true.
Always being a huge asshole. Everything.
I actually haven't had very good results with this, but if you really want to piss off somebody who's like trying to be more conservative, or like trying to appear as liberal but advocating a bunch of conservative points, this is not a good advice, but it's advice a little bit to piss people off, is confront them with the consequences of what they're advocating for. Like if you talk to like I've had a conversation with like a woman who was like pro-life, and she was like, I just don't think anybody should. I think I think it's good that we got rid of Roe v. Wade and stuff. And I was like, oh, so you want women to be put into prison for having miscarriages? You want women to be under investigation for having miscarriages? You want some of them to go to prison? You want you want people to die? Like women will die. Like confronting them, they'll be like, no, how dare you say that? And it's like, that is what you just said. That's what you just said. That's what you just advocated for. That's literally what you just said. They'll be horrified and like it will shut down the conversation. It's like, no, like that's what you just told me. Like that's the consequences. This is the policy that you're advocating for. If you want it to be illegal to have an abortion, you're against abortions, then like women will go to jail and people will be investigated after miscarriages. Like this is the world that you want. This is the thing you're advocating for.
They say
no, I agree. It doesn't work. No, I said at the beginning, it doesn't work. This is not good advice. It will just piss people off and maybe end a conversation. This is not how to train someone's mind. Stop being nasty. Yeah, it is a little nasty, but it's true. And sometimes people need to fucking have that wake up call, but it doesn't work. It doesn't. I don't know. In my experience, it doesn't.
Outsiders is designed to hide that, to send the message that actually we're normal, we belong here. Mom said we can be here. They're not, they don't, and she didn't. They're weird, obsessive assholes, and we can leverage that. You must never show them common courtesy. You need to be immediately, emphatically hostile towards them. Make it known that they are not welcome and you do not respect them or anyone who tolerates them. You must extract an immediate, severe social cost to the expression of or tolerance for fascist beliefs and arguments. You must make it known that such beliefs are not something you're willing to argue about, not something you'll hear out in good faith, not something you're willing to budge on, ever, that you will not respect anyone who does tolerate or condone them, that merely by suggesting these ideas, they have trespassed the boundaries of good.
Are streamers like you and Hassan the exception that proves the rule on this video? Or are they targeting their point at other content creators? I'm a bit confused. I think they're just like speaking in general. Like, I don't know. What do you, I'm confused what you're asking as well. What does this have to do with me?
Taste.
This video is basically pick your battles. I think that, yeah, I agree with Substitute Scholar. If somebody's really like digging into fascist talking points, it's not worth debating them. It's better to like, again, like kind of like dig into their lives and like be like, expose the contradictions at play and like, you know, point out your perspective on the like the ways that society has failed them, you know,
and broken the peace. That may sound severe. It might even sound mean or closed-minded or rude. If you're a New York Times columnist, you might think that it's like itself a kind of illiberal use of...
Yeah, I think stuff like Jubilee debates, online debates with fascists, I think that's all a waste of time. You don't need to debate whether or not like trans people should be eradicated. I think that's wrong to do, in fact. Or whether or not Palestinians are an inferior culture. Like, we don't debate those things. Those are not things we debate with people. We do not like give credence to those ideas. But I think you can still reach people who are not, you know, who maybe would believe the wrong side of that debate. But I think you can still reach them and change their minds without having that debate. It's not a debate that you're not going to be debating trans people. You know, you're going to be plugging socialist ideology in there and then, you know, developing a relationship and then eventually cracking that, you know, transphobic aspect that they're holding on to or something like that.
Stochastic violence that a fascist might use.
I think pretending to be politically neutral and asking, does that mean, or I don't know, maybe I feel like maybe sometimes puts people's guard down and they're more likely to engage in the thought experiment with you because they're not on the defense. But it doesn't work if the person knows you, obviously. I think it even does work if the person knows you. I think that's really good advice. I actually think this is great advice. It's just like, yeah, I just think it's like, it's talking to people. It's like so much of it is just be normal. Like, it's like, just like, you know, have like approach people in good faith and like don't assume the worst and like, you know, just try to reach them and like change their mind. I don't know. It sounds stupid and kind of like trivial, but it can happen. It happens, I'm telling you.
It's not any of those things. It's in fact the common sense way you would treat any asshole. And let me explain why with a helpful analogy. Imagine you're hosting a party, and this guy you don't really know that well shows up and starts loudly talking shit about your friend Amanda. They say Amanda's stupid and ugly, Amanda sucks, and Amanda's worse than everybody else at this party.
Yo, back the fuck off.
Much better if Amanda got kicked out and they got to have all of Amanda's beer.
No.
Would you be...
No, I also don't, like I said, I don't debate, like, I don't debate Zionism. No. Other people might, and maybe people can be saved from Zionism, but that's not where I'm putting my energy in that struggle personally.
Chill about that. Like, of course not, right? You would tell that person to fuck off and leave. They're being an asshole. You wouldn't feel obligated to hear them out. You wouldn't get into a debate about Amanda.
Definitely, Pupusama.
You wouldn't try to convince them that actually Amanda's pretty cool. She's good at Smash Brothers.
Also, what's a dog doing on a dating app?
And you like her dog. Because if you care about Amanda, and this guy's going around like ginning up hate for Amanda, you would kick him out of the party by force if necessary. Obviously, right? They're being an asshole. You don't have to let them do that. That behavior sucks. Why then? Would you behave any differently? when they're doing the exact same thing, except that instead of insulting one individual Amanda, they're instead insulting entire categories of Amandas. When they claim that their race or their sexual orientation or their religion makes them better than all Amandas in the world. Someone who wasn't simply being an asshole at a party, but actively using the levers of power to harm Amanda and all Amandas like her. That is categorically worse. Far more Amandas are being insulted. Amandas are having their fundamental human rights taken away. Amandas are losing protections granted to them by the government, and they're being made second-class citizens, and they're being harassed and killed in the streets. Why would you be willing to hear that out? To debate the merits of the Amandas they're targeting, why would you approach that in open dialogue? Why would it matter how politely they express their hateful intent to destroy Amanda?
100%.
If somebody says they're going to kill your friend, you don't say, allow me to offer a counter-argument, good sir.
Exactly.
Make no mistake, that is the...
Exactly as what I was saying before, with like some things we don't debate. You don't need to breathe the same air as people that are willing to actively, like, you know, bring up like points and debate stuff like this. Like, no, some things you don't. Yeah, you just leave.
The end goal, to kill entire categories of human being. And if that isn't enough motivation for you, remember, those categories are negotiable and might soon include you if they don't already. Now, obviously, we can't kick fascists out of the world like we could kick an asshole out of a house party. But we can do the next best thing. We can expose them and make it known that they are not welcome in our spaces. Fascist thrives when they are granted respect and legitimacy, and they wither and shrink away when that legitimacy and respect are rightfully withheld. Thus, they will do everything in their power to appear legitimate and respectable, to pretend as though, actually, they're not being assholes. They're actually doing a different thing that you don't dislike. It's a meme, didn't you know? It's ironic. Actually, it's all about ethics in games journalism, or we have economic anxiety, or we're making some inscrutable point about free speech, or don't you think Israel has the right to defend itself? There is nothing a fascist hates more than other people observing them and describing their behavior. It is their kryptonite. They need to hide. Just don't let them hide. When you notice this, you kind of can't unsee it, right? Like, they always panic and get defensive if you just describe them. They will insist that you're not allowed to do that. It's bad to do that. It makes you look bad when you describe what they're doing, they'll say. Because they know their beliefs, their project is deeply unlikable. Every other political group on the planet is eager to tell you what they believe, because they think, rightly or wrongly, that you'll agree. Fascists know that you won't. They will always hide what they want. They will pretend not to be saying what they are obviously saying, because they know nobody likes it. They'll gleefully post supremacist memes like right out in the open, but the minute you call them racist for it, they will shit and piss their entire pants about it. It drives them up the wall. How dare anyone call me racist simply because I said and did things to disparage other races? You don't know what's in my heart, knowing.
Why was the weird narrative drop? Because Democrats are allergic to winning. They're allergic to winning. They really like losing. They fundraise better losing.
As we do, that any attempt to justify their beliefs is meant to deliberately waste your time and dwindle your spirit, you just don't give them the opportunity. You don't get sucked into whatever lies and bullshit they throw out to confuse the issue. You don't engage with...
I think a lot of them own up to being racist. I think on Twitter, yes. In real life, no. In real life, if you confront people on racism, they get very defensive and... like, you know, it's the worst possible thing you could be accused of.
With whatever nonsense they're making up in the moment. You let them spin their wheels, let them sputter uselessly, shadowboxing with an imagined enemy, while you remain focused on what matters. That they are assholes, that they need to shut up and also go away. You don't let them change the subject. You don't let them lead the conversation. You
of course, Ginny.
On how they're being an asshole. Look how what you're saying is going to hurt people. Look what a weird freak you're being about it. I don't want to be around you. Nobody does. Because you're being a huge asshole. 3 key principles inform this approach. 1, staying on message. Maintain control of what the conversation is about. Don't let them lead you into a discussion about something else to confuse or sanitize the issue.
100%.
The minute they start losing. Every time they attempt to throw out some nonsense, simply repeat your point. Plainly state what is at stake, what they are doing, and do not allow them to obscure it. If pressed, say something like, "We're not talking about that right now."
Yep. I swear to God, dude. I'm gonna tell this story. So, I went to Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska, in December of last year for a film festival that my film was in. And one night, we were there for like a week or so. And one night we were there, I was at a bar, like late at night at like a local dive bar. It was packed. And I just sat down at this table with two Vietnamese friends of mine. And this woman next to me, they're having their own conversation. And she was just like, well, that would be communism. That's all I heard. And I was like, what's wrong with communism? And this woman flipped her fucking lid. She lost it. And I ended up speaking with these people for like 2.5 hours. And the woman kind of never got okay. Like I could never really talk to her. She just kind of lost it and was like very emotional, very drunk. I was just like, whatever. I was like, okay, like whatever. But there's this one guy there who stuck around and he was like, I was this close to voting for Bernie, you know, like I was right there. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, you know, and then this was like right around the time Luigi was really big in the news. And so I was like, hey, what do you think about Luigi? He was like, you know what? I don't think it's right, but I understand why he did it and like all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, I think, you know, I was like kind of giving him the talking points, and we would go through Trump, and I was like, you know, I was, you know, they were talking about immigrants and they kept being like, yeah, deport them all. Like they were fucking horrifying. And it was like, I was just like, dude, like I talked to them about the actual like crime numbers. I was like undocumented people in general, people on temporary residence cards, everything you can, non-citizens commit crimes at incredibly few, like lower rates than the crime numbers, at incredibly lower rates than like citizens. Like there were like 42 murders last year committed by non-citizens. It's like 300 million people, there were 42 murders. You know, they're using this to dredge up support and hatred and to make you not care about what happens to these people. And I think you should think better and like, you know, feel something about your fellow neighbors and stuff like that. And I never really got through with that guy on this, but I was like, listen, like whatever it is, like I know you think it's only going to happen to criminals. All right. I get it. I understand. But like, I just want you, I think you understand that like we're in a moment right now. And I want you to remember, like when people start fucking disappearing nearby you, or if somebody you know just isn't around one day, I hope you fight back. And I just like left the conversation at that. And he kind of like, he like shook my hand and he left. And then later in the night, like an hour later, he came back over and shook my hand again and was like, thank you for having that conversation. That was really interesting. Like you really he was cooking on it and stuff. So I was like, yeah, I think these people can be reached. And it's like, it was something where he was just tipsy. I mean, true, but I think it's that thing where he was like he told me, he was like, I just wanted to burn it all down. Like, fuck it. Yeah, dude. Like I was like this close to Bernie, like all of that. I think that is super common. You know, like a lot of people don't understand why the world is fucked, but they understand that the world is fucked. And if you give them an alternative story and you can tell it well, people, even if they don't get it at first, they start to think differently, and they might start to believe your story, you know? They can be reached. I genuinely do believe that. You know?
Now, we're talking about this, and repeat your talking point. Number 2, if
you but one of the things too is that even the guy would get super emotional and was like, like this is really core to what I like, really like, you know, pounding the table and shit. And I would just be like, why are you mad? I'm not mad at you. Like I'm not doing the thing you're mad about. Like, who are you mad? Why are you mad? And immediately he'd be like, oh yeah. And just kind of like calm down. It was so bizarre. Just being like, you guys won. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the presidency. Like, why are you mad at me? Like, why are you getting angry right now? I'm just saying words. Why are you getting angry? And it was like immediately would like deflate him. It was very interesting. Like, I was like, ew, like you could just see his like blood pressure fall. And I think that's like part of it too. Like, don't let them get emotional. Don't let them try to like grandstand and be like, I really believe this, and pump their chest and shit. Be like, that's not about this. Just stay calm. Just be like, listen, like, I don't care. Why are you angry? It doesn't make sense. Like, we're just talking about this. Like, we're not the ones making these decisions. Lower the stakes, okay? Chill out. Like, we're just having a conversation. All right. They bought the original lie, so you know they're already susceptible to having their views changed. There's some truth to that too. They went and they were looking for an answer to a question, and they got the wrong answer. But the question is still there, and they asked it, right? Like, there is some truth to that. There is some truth to that, for sure. You know?
You're losing. One of the reasons fascists love misinformation so much is that when you debunk it, even when you're right, it makes you look suspicious. Because, like, the more you have to explain yourself, the less credible you appear to people. People naturally start to assume you just have some canned line.
Yeah, JD Pond's right.
After all, how is it possible that every point that the fascist makes, and they make so many, is either dishonest or wrong? So, like, don't explain why they're wrong. Just call bullshit. You don't need to explain why it's bullshit. You let them try to explain why it's not. Put them on the back foot. They can't give evidence to support their positions. They don't believe in evidence, and there isn't any evidence for their positions. Let them twist in the wind explaining themselves. Number 3, fascists are, by definition, hateful. Hate looks bad. Generally speaking, human beings tend to value kindness and dislike cruelty. Do not let them hide or obscure their hatred and cruelty. Make sure the conversation remains focused on exactly that they are being hateful. Look, everyone, look how hateful this is. And you don't need to explain why that hate is bad. It is generally understood that hate, in and of itself, is a bad thing.
Of course.
Let me give you an example of this strategy being deployed successfully. This is a clip from Real Time with Bill Maher, wherein Ben Affleck argues with Sam Harris and Bilbus himself.
Oh my God! No! No way! No way! Luna left. I can tell. Oh, there she is. There she is. Fuck!
Whether Islamophobia is a real concept, a thing which exists on Earth. Now,
get owned, loser. Wait, I don't know if I deserve that.
Ben Affleck.
I didn't know who he was. This doesn't prove me wrong at all. I never took his side. I believed you when you said he was racist. I believed you. I just didn't like how you were treating that other chatter.
Generally speaking, he's not considered to be a public intellectual. I don't know if that's controversial to say. I certainly don't know the man. Particularly at the time, is that of a himbo. A handsome-leaning man, but one of very little substance. And I doubt very much that's how he is as a guy. You know, he's a award-winning screenwriter. But that's how he was seen, especially then, right? He was the star of Geely. Maher and Harris, in contrast, somehow defying all logic and reason, are considered public intellectuals. People think they're smart, worthwhile political guys. So they begin this conversation with all of the respect, all of the prestige. It is very much their argument to lose. I will leave it for others to decide whether Bill Maher or Sam Harris are explicitly ideologically fascist. Personally, I think both are just useful morons who are happy to hobnob with fascists, but I also think that difference doesn't matter even a little bit. What does matter for our purposes is that they are arguing like a fascist might, using the strategies a fascist would use to defend a position which happens to be one that a fascist would hold. They start with a premise that the concept of Islamophobia is simply a shield.
Someone told me to run back here. I'm afraid Sam Harris has appeared in this video.
Liberals use to defend Islam, even though that they should personally be allowed to be weird, bigoted creeps about Islam without people being allowed to get mad at them.
We have been sold this meme of Islamophobia, where every criticism of the doctrine of Islam gets conflated with
what up, Jaina?
Toward Muslims as people. Right. And that is it's intellectually ridiculous.
Good point, Sam Harris.
That is Islam gets conflated with bigotry toward Muslims as people. Right. And that is it's intellectually ridiculous.
Good point, Sam Harris. Every time you criticize Islam, people take it as though it's some sort
I'm just going after the book.
criticism of Islam. when actually what it is a riddle. It's a magic riddle for you to solve. But Affleck keeps bringing the subject back to what matters. Look at how cruel you're being. Look how bigoted and gross what you're saying is.
You're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. It really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people. And that's a problem.
Big of you.
But the
second this premise, they retreat and instead attempt to assert their legitimacy and respectability. They're reasonable people, and you're not allowed to treat their opinions as unreasonable, actually. That's rude, and you have to be above that. You're not allowed to discuss how what we're saying might hurt people. You have to discuss these ideas in a kind of vacuum where history didn't happen.
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So
you're not listening to
not.
what we are saying.
You guys are
and you can
Oh my god, dude, the crying, the whining. You're not listening to what we are saying. Oh my god, you fucking bitch.
Frustrated this makes Maher and Harris. They just can't accept that Affleck refuses to engage with the dry-sounding minutiae they'd prefer to discuss, the boring, sanitized justifications for their prejudice.
Ben, let me unpack this. Let me unpack this for you.
Please do.
We have just imagine some concentric circles here. You have at the center, you have jihadists. Those two circles arguably are 20% of the Muslim world.
What do you?
What?
Basing that research on
a bunch of poll results that we can talk about.
They don't, yeah.
But to give you one point of contact, 78% of British Muslims think that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. 78%. So I'm being conservative when I roll this back to 20%.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Completely unrelated statistic does imply you were being conservative about the 20% statistic. But wait a minute, doesn't that in turn kind of imply you made the 20% statistic up? That it was just kind of a guess that you're being conservative about? I thought it was a hard number. I thought it was a hard number that you had research you could discuss about it, but chose not to.
The 19-year-old in El Salvador? No.
He's not taking the bait. That he seems so dead set on discussing the substance of what they're saying, rather than letting them change the
They deported a 19-year-old to El Salvador? Is that what you're talking about?
Subject. But
did that happen?
Doesn't play along. He doesn't let them obscure
a 19-year-old? What the fuck?
the ugliness of what they're saying behind boring sounding statistics or platitudes.
From New York?
More than 1 billion people who aren't fanatics.
Holy fuck.
Who just want to go to school.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Right. But Islam at this moment is the motherlode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have
That's
ideas
just a fact.
like blasphemy.
It's an ugly
apostasy.
He just keeps calling it gross. He hammers that home. It's gross.
But why are you so hostile about this?
It's gross. It's racist.
And it is, right? Hate is gross. Look how gross and weird and shitty they're being.
Look at how uncomfortable they are in being treated like that, too. That's actually great. That's actually great.
Shut up. You're being assholes. And it fucking destroys them. They cannot deal with it. That's all you gotta do.
ICE supports a Venezuelan teen despite reportedly knowing. Oh, I remember reading. Jesus, what happened to my fucking ad block, bro? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Who turned my ad block off? Fuck you, Chrome. Can't do this to me. Turn that shit back on. I don't give a fuck if you think it's unsupported. Fuck you, Chrome. Okay, so I read about this story, but I guess I didn't know that he was 19. And he's in Seacott? Was deported from the Bronx to the notorious Seacott prison. Oh my god, dude. The officers grabbed him and two other boys right at the entrance to our building. One said, "No, he's not the one." Like they were looking for someone else. But the other said, "Take him anyway."
It's that easy. The beauty of this approach is that it disrupts the fascists.
I thought they weren't taking Venezuelans. They rejected like 8 women who were Venezuelans. But I guess they're taking some? I don't know.
primary objective in arguing with you. It takes away their ability to use the conversation to make their beliefs seem normal, to make it seem to anyone watching as though they're reasonable people asking reasonable questions. They're not. And you show people that by not treating them as though they are. Instead, you seize the opportunity to point out what weirdos they're being, to lay bare the pathetic hate at the center of their worldview. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them talk about a different thing that's more palatable. You keep things focused on the harm that they pose and how humiliated they should feel.
Wait, so, Sweaty, don't... Is Luna... Are you guys adding each other again? Chill. Chill. Everybody, stop talking to each other, please.
To be a part of it. They're fucking losers.
We need to do a lot of work in the Bronx.
Can't read.
It's really small. Okay, that's not the link. Wait, 11% of Manhattan is low as fuck too. 2% in the Bronx? Oh my god. 19% white is crazy. Well, Cuomo's going crazy with the black people. Oh my god, and it's old. It's just old people. It's just old people.
And it works because people get it.
I know, Sweaty. I've called them out on it multiple times. I don't know. You may have left, but I called them out. We have had a long and deep. We've talked about it plenty. I told them to back off. Just ignore each other, please. Please.
You can tell. Like, look at them.
You were gentle in your response. I don't think you deserved it. I called them out on it. We've talked about it. Move on, please.
Fucking losers. They should be ashamed of themselves, but they're not. So let's all get together and make them ashamed of themselves. Now, as I said, this strategy comes at a cost. All things in life do. They will use this. They will use your hostility to portray you, to portray anyone who opposes them, to portray the left as unreasonable and intolerant. They will use this to portray themselves as the victims of censorship. They will claim that we're afraid to confront their ideas because we have no arguments against them, so we simply shout them down. That we hate free speech because why else would you not want to hear someone say a bunch of awful shit? I know. That's not news to me. I know they will do that. Furthermore, I also know that this will be quite persuasive to a lot of people. And please really hear me now. Really listen, okay? Because most people get this wrong, so please hear me.
Wait, hold on. I linked to CNN article earlier that said CCOT has released people, but don't know if there's any truth behind it. Have you seen misinfo like that recently? It's not misinfo. They have returned some people. There's like 9 people that El Salvador would not take because they were Nicaraguan. Some of them were like, it was like 8 Venezuelan women, and they didn't take them even though the Trump administration insisted they were gang members because they didn't want to compromise their relationships with those original countries. I don't know. That's what the reporting that I've seen. Yeah, exactly.
You gotta let him. You gotta let him say those things. Except that it will convince some very credulous people. I know it's frustrating, but you can't change it. Because, like, do you think that if you're super polite, if you do what they say and you're sweet and you ask probing questions and you give them a nice big hug and a mug of hot cocoa, that they'll be trapped and now they have to be nice to you? Do you think that they're evil genies and have to obey the rules they lay out? Fascists are haters. They are the haters. Haters talk shit. That's what haters do. You got to let them hate. Let them say whatever mad shit they want. You can't stop them. They view you as part of a corruptive conspiracy trying to destroy human civilization. Do you think it will matter to them that you listened calmly and didn't call them names while you did that? Are you a fucking baby? Are you a little baby shitting in your diaper? I gotta calm down. I went way too aggro there for a second. I say that now. My point is that if it is convenient for them to say that you are censorious, prudish, or closed-minded, they'll just say you were, even if you weren't. That will simply become part of the mythic truth and thus immune to questioning or counter-argument. You do not need to worry about giving them ammunition because no matter what you do, They will always manufacture ammunition. Oh, look how impolite you're being. You're not wearing a suit, and that's the reason that we're gonna let your country get annexed. Because of the suit thing, because of how rude that is. They'll tell you that you're not allowed to do this. You can't be angry with them. It makes you look bad. It makes you look aggressive and mean. And of course they will. Because they don't want you to do it. Because they're cowards and they can't handle conflict unless they know for certain they're going to be victorious.
I agree, Craig.
Why would you let the...
I agree big on that. If you want to help me with that, I'd work with you on it.
Haters.
I actually got a good start on some leads on that too. I tweeted about it earlier this week. Hold on. Yeah, on this tweet. I said, if anyone knows any Salvadoran abolitionist organizations, I would love to organize fundraisers for them. And then this person, who deserves a follow probably, please follow CISPES, Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. I think this is a U.S. organization. And then Bloque RP, which is a Bloque de Resistencia y Rebeldia Popular. So these are like my two leads right now. But I think we should reach out for sure. See if we can get them, like, talk to them at all.
Tell you how to act. They don't have your best interest in mind. They hate you. They're not trying to be helpful. And the fear of being portrayed this way, of being portrayed as censorious, prudish, or closed-minded, which they will portray us as regardless, has held us back from pointing out what would otherwise be completely obvious to everyone who's paying attention. That these people are nightmare idiots, that they want the worst possible things to happen, and they are preposterously dumb and preposterously cruel, like Saturday morning cartoon villains who say more slurs. They're losers. They're assholes. Nobody likes them. They need to go away. Polite discussion with them normalizes them. How dangerous could they be if we aren't treating them as though they are dangerous? If we treat them with respect, as they demand we do, does it not therefore follow that they are entitled to our respect? And I ask you, are they? Are they entitled to our respect? Why would you respect someone who wants to hurt innocent?
Asmongold is 100% right. I felt so frustrated when Hassan had that debate with him about Palestine. I really hated that dude, and it was this exact feeling. These thoughts don't deserve our respect. They don't deserve our patience. They don't deserve anything.
People, why would you respect someone who bases their worldview on hatred?
Yeah,
those are not respectable qualities. Have you noticed that when you describe what the Trump administration is doing, or what any of these other far-right ideologues gaining power across the world are doing, it sounds ridiculous to people who don't pay attention to politics. They hear you and they think, oh, of course you're going to say that. You don't like him, But if they were actually doing all of that bad stuff, people would be really mad and people would speak up and fight back. So, if you're not mad, if you're not immediately hostile, that kind of trains people to think this way. You're doing the work of the fascist for them because, the things they're doing should make you mad and upset. It is normal, quite
kind of true,
actually, to be made
that's very true
and upset by cruelty, by injustice. So you just you just observe them and describe them plainly, honestly, emphatically. Let go of the concern that your analysis might be labeled hyperbolic or hysterical by people who either aren't paying attention or are themselves nasty freaks with
100%
political projects. You don't have Trump derangement syndrome. Trump does a lot of deranged things which sound deranged when described out loud. And yeah, that's going to lose people. It will be divisive, as will anything in the world. Anything you say will lose some people. Anything will be divisive. The question we should be asking is, which people do we lose, and how many? Do we lose more than we lose by being sniveling cowards willing to collaborate with fascists rather than speak truth to power? My guess? Probably not. You might say to all of this, so much for the tolerant left. Tolerance is not a virtue, it is a concession. It is acceptance of something you may not like, but cannot change. You tolerate a topping you don't like on pizza. You don't tolerate injustice. We've allowed the far right to confuse tolerance with diversity and plurality. These are not things to be tolerated. These are things to be demanded. Things we fight to establish, maintain, and protect, not something we begrudgingly resign ourselves to.
That's right.
There's no contradiction here. Fuck off with your Karl Popper paradox of tolerance bullshit. These are word games played on paper. We should remain intolerant of bad behavior. That is not the same thing as being intolerant of a minority group simply because we use the same word to describe both. You need not tolerate those who wish to harm innocent people. To do so is itself an act of harm. It is prioritizing peace and quiet over the safety of the targeted people, like a coward would do. Gavin Newsom, you're a coward. Or a collaborator, I don't know which. You must, at all times, make your hostility to fascists clear.
Yeah, he's been spitting for the last, 5 minutes. Just, absolute fire.
You must be belligerent towards fascism. Because you won't reason them out of their positions. They're not reasonable people. You won't win them over with kindness. They don't value kindness. You can't defeat them by being calm, dispassionate, the adult in the room, because the things they're saying, the things they're doing should make you upset. And when you're not upset, what everybody hears is, these people aren't that dangerous.
True.
It is the far right who must be made to be tolerant, who must be made to accept that which they do not like, but will never be able to change. That people who are different from them are their equals.
That's right.
Entitled to the same dignity, respect, and protection that they are. And if that makes them mad, then they're an asshole. Shut up. Oh, ho, ho, what a bitter irony it is.
Sheesh.
How poetic that in...
Sheesh. That was fucking gas. Holy shit. The last 10 minutes of that, 5 minutes of that video, woof. That'll be something we come back to. Link. Oop, I just closed it. Oop. Frick. Somebody find it? I got it. Here's Thought Slime's link, chat. Go subscribe. Go like the video. Go give him a dono or something. That's a really, really great video. Really, really, really solid video. Chat. What is the movie? What is this? Decay on Fascism and Breakdown. Interesting. Anyway, chat. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I really appreciated it. I think we had a lot of good conversations. I really love that we have this space together. It really means a lot to me. Yeah, it's late. It's 1 a.m. here. I'm gonna go to bed. Wish we could have played Indiana Jones, but I think it's good we did a night of breakdowns. Casey Coppell. Wait, what? Bro, what? He went back? Dude, that's wild. Wait, when is this from? Okay. At first I was like, is this Kansas City? And then she said, goodness gracious. And now I know it's Kansas City. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, you had no audio? God damn it. My bad. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. You can read it on your own or listen to it on your own. We're gonna get out of here, chat. But before we go, we do a little community building exercise at the end of every stream. Can you give me a feeling word? What are you feeling right now? What are some feelings you have right now? Just one word. What's a feeling? Drop it in the chat right now. This is your time. Mushrooms, Pupusama. Are you sure that guy looked like Luigi Mangione? Tired. High. Sad. I feel you. Vindicated. Anxious. Yeah. Vindicated is good. That's interesting. Tired. Angry. Yeah. Excited. Good. A lot of tireds. It's okay. It's nighttime. Go to sleep. Defeated for today only. That's okay too. Overwhelmed. Mortified. That's a good one. Apathetic. Get the fuck out of here. Geege. Geege? What do you mean apathetic? After everything you watched tonight, your feeling is I don't care? The fuck? The fuck? Get out of here, dude. Inspired. That's what I'm talking about. Determined. That's what I'm talking about. More like apathetic. Get it? Okay. Next one. Something you appreciate. What is something you appreciate? You, brother. I appreciate you, Lou Wave. My wife. Nice. Titties. I said that yesterday. Becca made me say things I appreciate, and I did say titties. I did say that unironically. And I really appreciate this community too. Pets. Me too. Me too. My doggy and my kitty. I love them. I love them. They deserve a nice walk tomorrow, probably. Double cheese smash burger. True. Electricity. That's a good one. Yeah. A house. Okay, last one. Tensions. This is a space for things that are bugging you. Could be about the stream. Could be about anything. It's just an open space. We're not going to solve it tonight, but we're going to let it out and observe it if it needs to be there. Observed. Oh, hell yeah, Jaded. Come back. Also, titties, that's a tension for you? I need to go to bed earlier? Yeah. I can't, but this is my job. It's probably good for me to go to bed earlier, but I probably should stay up later, actually. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, coping mechanisms, fair. It's just same. Bernie and them not making their own third party, give up. Give up. Divest hope from them, please. Sooner the better. We're literally just waiting for a fascist vanguard to sweep the nation. What do you mean? What is this we? You got a rat in your pocket? You got a rat in your pocket, bro? You got a mouse in your pocket? You got a lice in your hair? You are just waiting, brother. Yeah, what do you mean waiting? We're not waiting. We're fucking head on. We're organizing. We're fighting. Have you been listening at all? You get to work. You fight. You don't just wait. You fight back. You build power. You build community. I mean, tell you your room looks so good. You did a great job. Thank you. I think so too. I think it looks cool. It's full, good lighting. I put my cinematographer skills to the best use. Got the bamboo. I know. It's almost like I was trained in cinematography. It's almost like I quit my successful cinematography career to yap to you dorks. Because that's actually what happened. But hey, you still get the benefit. And you could subscribe before we raid if you wanted. If you wanted to, you could still subscribe. It's true. True. Anyway, we're gonna raid Sad Girl, who's been hanging out in the chat recently. A very cool leftist, awesome, successful, cool, awesome streamer. You should be following. We should be welcoming into our community. Oh shit, somebody did sub. Jaded, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jaded. Come back. I'm excited. Welcome in. Yeah, we will. Oh shit, we got a 5 gifted. Thank you for 5 subscribers. Peanuts Swag Lord 420. Thank you for the thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are gonna raid though, because I am sleepy. Tell my mama when I grow up. Wait, the alert was muted? I heard it. You couldn't hear the alert? Wait, what? Okay, I'll fix it. Anyway, we're gonna raid out. Thanks for hanging. Sorry I'm delaying it. I just don't want to leave you guys. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you. Oh, I need to do monitor and output for that. Okay, here. No, the alerts are better now. It's because of the new PC. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear alerts the entire time. Anyway, I'm really, really happy with the stream today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you all. Join the Discord. Follow me on YouTube and Twitter and all the spaces. I'm really good at Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I argue with the mayor of Kansas City on Twitter. And you don't get it here. You have to follow me on Twitter.